know what that
Also,
is.
though, I love the concept of eating in the dark foods that are acceptable to eat in the dark, and that nachos are not one of them. Because I'm with Pat, nachos off the table.
You want to hear something?
They really nailed it with
evidence
popcorn.
of me eating certain foods, and so eating them in the dark in the movie theater is it feels like it gives me the proper amount of cover.
Okay, but nachos, you're thinking it's dark. I might not be able to see what I'm doing with the nachos. The spill percentage is high.
That's fair.
I know somebody who used to bring matzo ball soup into movie theaters. You want to talk about insane?
And they're in
That's
prison
insane.
now.
We're in Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Doug. It's the birthday boy.
Yeah, boy.
The birthday jubilee show for Jackson Burkett. And Martin, what a program it is. It would always be a special edition on the Johnny Carson show when they would have his birthday. And I would say that this is the equivalent to the Tonight Show today. This morning in St. Louis, Missouri, March 13th, 2025, in which Jackson Burkett is no longer 26. Nay, he's 27.
It's a big year. It's a big year.
Feels like a big year.
I was going to bring in a birthday cake, but I forgot, so I didn't.
Oh, well.
That's okay. What could Martin? Martin's pulling our
Martin have a
treat.
cake?
Hold on. I can do better.
Oh, all
I
right.
got you a quiche.
Oh, some quiche. Oh, wonderful.
How about that?
What
What are you waiting for? Let's heat it
That
up.
is nice.
Oh, and I thought this would be a good adornment for your desk.
Oh,
Plastic
look at
tiger.
that.
Hi, Tiger. Beat Bulldog.
Little plastic tiger toy. That's nice.
There you go.
That's just real nice.
MD 2020 in the
Thank you,
YouTube chat, brought to you by Michelob Ultra, says, Happy birthday, sweet prince.
Well, thank you.
Look at that, Doug. Sweet prince.
Thank you. It's very kind. Feeling the love.
I think you're going to get a lot of love today.
That feels great.
And there's surprise guests for you because it's your birthday. And one's coming up here in a matter of, 15 minutes?
Yeah. I will say one of the surprise guests says, is it okay if I plug a product? And I said, I guess, yeah.
We recognize this is a transactional process.
Yeah. So I may have to lead. The birthday may be secondary to that guest promoting their product.
How about this? Happy birthday, Virgin. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Take what you can get, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Thanks, Three Dubs.
No,
Three Dubs.
7:15 will be a call-in. And I think we got to be self-aware, Doug. Remember when they saluted Craig for like 3 days on the Today Show?
Sure, yeah, that was nice.
Craig's elementary teacher. Craig's family's here. So as I was throwing some things around, I thought we need to remain self-aware. But I think all of these will be enjoyable for the audience. It's not as self-serving. As
Sure.
It's not just about Jackson. It's about the audience.
And I don't want it to be about me. I'm just happy to be here with people I respect, people I love working with on my birthday, and it's very special, you know?
Oh, my gosh, Doug.
1998.
1998, but 2025 is the year for being grateful, you know?
2025 is the year for being grateful, and we'll be grateful when those Nets come down in San Antonio in less than 4 weeks.
Yeah. In order to reverse whatever is going on with the Tigers, I think the mustache might have something to do with it. The mustache will be gone by tip-off.
Whoa.
Mustache is gone by tip-off.
Wow, buried the lead, Martin.
The beard, is that going to stay?
If Mark Mitchell can can cut his hair, I can shave my mustache.
Doug, Mark Mitchell cut his hair. Jackson and I were talking about it yesterday after the program, and not on board. Not on board.
No, but if it's anything to get the mojo going in the right direction, so that means if I
You
have
would
to
do
cut
that
off
for the club.
this Vianney mustache, then that's what I'll do.
I'd like to beat the textures to it. So if you're getting rid of the beard, is the girlfriend gone?
Sick.
That was good. Yeah. All right. Respect. Yeah. No mustache as
Jackson's
6 p.m.
27.
27 bills.
Now, were you born in St. Louis?
Yes.
What hospital?
St. Luke's?
Oh, you don't even know.
Oh,
Yeah, that's surprising. We don't know.
That's stunning.
I don't remember.
You weren't.
I was there.
You were there.
But I was focused on other things. Breathing mostly.
Yeah, breathing is the big one. It's always the big one.
I think that's a fair breakdown.
Yeah.
Throughout your life, that continues to be the number one priority.
Yeah, I was on manual breathing probably at that time. If I had to guess, I don't know.
Oh, I imagine so.
Your thoughts on manual. You can call in. Chairman Kurt is taking the calls. 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646 and email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And that is how you can get involved on this program. Martin, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling? You know about Seth Goldcamp? You know you're a client and you know they're delightful.
I'm a big fan of St. Louis companies that continue to be owned and operated here. Sometimes that name continues, but they'll sell to an out-of-town company. Not the deal with Design Air. All your heating and cooling needs, one spot, designairservice.com. Set up the appointment online. You're going to click that AC pretty soon here. Next thing you know, the air conditioner will be running for 6 months solid. Make sure that it is finely tuned in time for a St. Louis summer. You can do it by setting up that appointment. 1904, that's when it all began. Seth Goldcamp at the family, now 4th generation. Also longest running sponsor. I'm kind of surprised when Buck Swope doesn't win an email that he doesn't just show up at the Design Air office? Has that ever happened to him? He'll text Seth directly?
Doug, you track that.
I don't.
You don't? Oh,
No,
you don't? Okay.
I don't.
All right,
I probably
nonetheless, longest running sponsor, in addition to being a family-owned business for all your heating and cooling needs. We love hearing the reviews from our listeners when they text in and say they've been out to our house. Sign up for that appointment. DesignAirService.com.
Eric in the Central West End joins many who are not happy in the text inbox.
Oh, no.
Can we move on from this Gen Z, look at me, it's my birthday festival?
Boy, it didn't take long.
Happy birthday.
The Cardinals are last in hits, average, and slugging. Second to last in OPS. This is no time to celebrate. That's for the 636.
At least they had another big day with the bats yesterday.
2 hits, Doug.
That's nice.
Victor Scott, though, got one of them.
Yeah.
Friend of the show got a hit, and so did Pedro Pajes.
Yeah. And Scott stole a base, too.
Well,
And
then they're fine.
we scored no runs. Didn't get any. Got clipped.
Happy birthday to the realest MFer I know. Action Jackson, get that birthday action later. That's from It's Your Boy Fuzz. It's your boy Fuzz.
Shout out Fuzz.
What does all that mean?
You'll have to ask Fuzz.
You're going to a birthday dinner, and you're going to Red Robin with the bottomless fries. Is that correct?
No birthday dinner.
No birthday dinner.
Not with the Tigers playing 6.
Fight Tiger, beat Bulldog.
No, that's I'll be locked in on. I'll be at my parents' house enjoying. Probably get some takeout of some sort.
What are you going to get?
I don't know. Maybe
General Tso's chicken and waffle fries?
You can't order Chinese individually, Tim, because it's on the dossier. Doug noted before the show. It's been
Still
on
there.
like a month straight.
Still there.
I'll be deep inside the
Stiefel
earth, and it'll be
dossier.
on there.
The burning question. And what is it again? Whether you can order Chinese alone.
As a single person, but we'll get to that later.
We'll get to that.
Vertical tease.
Vertical?
Probably pizza pie, if I had to guess. Take out some pizza pie.
Where are you going to get it from, bro?
I don't know. So many options, you know. There's so many delightful. I like Dewey's a lot.
Nothing wrong with that. You're going to catch hell for it.
It's the safest hands in pizza, you know.
The safest
What in the
hands in
world
pizza.
is
Is that their slogan?
No, but like
and is this Yola?
No, this is where you're running into a tough spot. Like, I'm not
Well,
saying.
I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, I love Dewey's. It's another thing to start busting out slogans for them.
No, but that's not necessarily like. I'm not saying it's like the best pizza in St. Louis. I would say it's far from it, but.
Oh, what a great live
Trashing the DeWitt family.
No, but I'm saying every time you order it, you know it's going to be very, very solid. It's safe hands.
Jeez, what a terrible endorsement.
I'm not
High
endorsing
floor.
them.
You're saying high floor.
High floor.
There are some places, Martin,
floor.
that will go Friday night's pizza night rotation, and it is a wide delta.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when the cat was on last week. We were talking about the Village Bar and Grill, and his son Tyler identified when the right guy is working. Doug, do you call it the griddle? You call it the griddle?
Well, sometimes. Yeah.
Then he knows he can get the burgers. I think that might be the case in some pizza places. Wide delta.
I was at the Village Bar right after that call with the cat, like the next day.
Did they bring up?
And I kind of started looking over at the grill, and I wanted to see if the guy with the beard was over there. Can I help you, sir? What do you have? Who's on the grill today?
Is there a bearded gentleman on the grill today?
Kind of an odd question.
It's a tough line of questioning.
So your endorsement for the DeWitt family-owned
No
Dewey's.
Yeah.
No,
It's
it's
a balloon party in here.
It's not bad. It's okay. But
Lukewarm at best.
No, I'm saying that it's good pizza, but it's got, as Tim said, a very high floor. And
You
I'm
never
look-
get a bad pizza, is what you're saying.
some delivery can alter.
That's
Certainly.
also, I
But
agree
never,
with that.
we never get delivery.
Is that right?
Oh, okay.
No, pick it
They
up.
can't get into the gated community?
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. But you go pick it up. If you got a car, go pick it up.
How
Yeah.
about this text? I agree. Dewey's Pizzas for white people who don't know any better and have too much money. Doug, is that what their slogan is? For white people who don't know any
I don't
better
believe so.
and have
No.
too much money.
You think if we could sign, maybe buy more pizza in town? If you guys would go to Dewey's more, we could sign more players. Think it's related?
Wouldn't hurt. Would not hurt.
Just a thought.
Happy birthday to two of my favorite people, Jackson and my mom. Enjoy your day, Jackson. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. Did not offer you his
That's so
wife, though.
kind.
That's something that I think is important to note.
That's so kind. Plowhawk's birthday tomorrow, too, so don't forget
Wow.
about that.
And Martin's birthday's coming up on Monday. Doug Martin's birthday's Monday.
Yeah, big Pisces out of TMA.
It's a run on birthdays.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. Steak finna be hopping for Jackson's birthday. Hashtag free steak. Hashtag safe Charles. It's from Doug's Prison. You going to Mr. Steak?
What's Mr. Steak?
I think it's from a bygone era.
Sounds like a cut rate,
I think you're
Bonanza or Ponderosa, a place like that.
Yeah.
I think there might still be a Bonanza here or there.
I think so.
It sounds like where you go after a piano recital.
to Mr. Steak.
Yeah.
What I remember,
You've had a big day, tickling the ivory. Now you got to go get a T-bone.
as a kid, you'd go to Ponderosa, and you were kind of excited because it was a steak, but you had to. But you would sit at a table with. It was like a prison table. It was like 20 feet long, and you would just sit with random people. They had a tray next to you. What are you in for?
It's like mess hall.
Yes.
Guys, Jamie Rivers' birthday's on the 16th.
Oh my God.
Gosh.
I think Marshy's birthday is right around then too.
I can't imagine you don't know Marshy's birthday, and I would imagine he is getting you something for your birthday.
I think Stalters is way up there too. No, I gave him a bad play in college basketball there.
What'd you give him?
Some Central Connecticut first half.
No. Do we have to have an intervention?
No, I got it from, shout out to Bear Down. I got it from my town.
This is the Instagram account that Jackson follows and bets.
He's not great at college basketball. Good
Well, I hope you're
football.
betting a small amount when that Bear Down comes in.
I haven't bet in a while. But I just gave Marshy this play because they do a bet the board thing on Fastlane.
For Jamie's birthday, I think I'll get him a headset for call-ins. That's my game plan. If I can be so bold.
All right, we got a surprise guest coming up here in 5 minutes, so this is going to be glorious. And this is in honor of Jackson's 27th birthday. It is a gala, Doug. It is a gala here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The first of many surprise guests for Jackson's birthday gala coming up in a matter of moments here on 101 ESPN. 6 time need and fewer. 7B, to our enemy.
I don't like that. Funeral pyre.
Just brilliant.
Yeah.
It's TMA, it's 101 ESPN.
Really nice.
The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. But, Doug, today's show is really all about me, but it's also about our birthday boy, Jackson Burkett, 27 years old today. And, Martin, what a wonderful jubilee we have as you have booked a surprise guest for 7:15 or 7:40. We're not sure. There's a little controversy. Martin with a deep sigh.
I told Jackson the break, why do I try? Why do I bother? This caller I thought would be important because it's sort of even a baton being passed. Hello, caller.
Hello, Martin.
Producer Joe.
Thank you.
We're talking to a man with a landing strip.
Oh.
And I was trying to think who would bitch about the 25-minute time difference. And producer Joe is in the range of outcomes, and here we are.
Hey, numbskull, how about 7:15? Sure, call my cell. That's the text in front of me. I mean, I love you, but it was very clear.
Yeah, when Kurt called, I thought it was 7:40. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything for me. I didn't go back and look at the text message until after he called. And I was like, I was wrong.
Oh, wow. Have we ever heard that in the 9 years producer Joe produced the program? For those not familiar, and I would imagine that's a healthy percentage of the audience, producer Joe produced TMA, initially the Morning Grind, 2004 through 2013, and left right before KFNS became 590 the man and 1380 the woman. Those two stations are still operating today and doing very well financially.
No, Tim, actually, they're not in business.
Okay, I got to.
We're actually 2 days short of the anniversary in all actuality.
Is that right?
How about that, Doug? Did you know that?
I didn't know. I hadn't kept track.
So Joe had sort of an idea, get out, and it proved.
Joe looked around the landscape of the industry and thought, this isn't where I want to be when I get into my later years. And you have to doff your cap to producer Joe for the foresight. And then the action. And now, Doug, he is an executive.
Okay.
Yeah. Parking lot executive.
Producer Joe, what would you say to your young peer in the TMA family tree of producers? You, of course, being the founding father. And, Doug, you would put Jackson on the Mount Rushmore of TMA producers?
Well, sure, of course.
Yeah, and producer Joe's the George Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, how about that?
Clip that off.
Never really looked at it that way. But I would tell him to enjoy his 27th year, that... And I was 27. I was thinking about this yesterday because I was talking with Mark Hanna in all actuality. And my 27th year was 2006, so the Cardinals won the World Series.
Wow.
Maybe Jackson will get something good in his 27th year.
He would love a Missouri Tiger Final Four run.
Sure, yeah.
Doesn't sound like producer Joe's real bullish on that.
No. I think you should be worried about Mississippi State more than anything else at this point. Not that it really matters, but get off the schneid.
Don't say schneid.
Get off the schneid.
I think that was the right term right there.
Joe, what would you say was the highlight of your producing career with us, and what would have been the low light?
Wow. I almost feel like I can guess these.
Was the morning of Game 7 of 2011 World Series. We had a really good show that day.
You know what? I got to tell you, that I think is the right answer, and it's a great answer. So that, of course, followed the David Freese game. And who were you able to get on? Joe Buck?
Well, I know we had,
Ozzie
we had
Smith?
Joe Buck. We had Ozzie. Because that year Izzy was doing post game or the day after every show with us, and there was one more that was in there, but that one stands out.
Calvin May.
I think Cal May was on. Yeah, he was the leadoff guy.
Yeah.
And what about the low light?
The worst one, I think you guys were doing a show over at the minor league stadium in Sauget, and nothing worked.
Yeah, I remember that with the Grizzlies, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And there was audio of like Metallica that they were playing in the ballpark while we were doing the show, and it drowned us out. The remote equipment didn't work. Joe had been working on booking Todd Aiken, who was a former, what was his role?
Congressman?
Congressman. And this was his interview that we had been trying to get for a long time, and we couldn't hear him because the Metallica was blasting over the show. Yeah. Boy, Joe, I can just tell you were taken to a dark place, just like that. Hey, real quickly, the Fantasy Baseball League, Martin didn't want to be a part of it, but Charlie Marlowe is making a glorious return. The TMA Fantasy Baseball League, Doug. Joe's the commissioner.
That's nice. It's always fun.
Boy, it's quite rewarding being the commissioner.
A lot of upside.
Yeah. You know, I'd be more than happy to hand it off to anybody.
Martin, would you be interested in taking over the commissioner?
I got some things.
Onboarding?
You going to try to get Iggy back in the league?
Oh, boy.
No, the league's full.
Oh, okay.
Oh, just like that.
Tim, look at the text line. Prod Joe's a legend. Big fan of Prod Joe. Joe's the GOAT. I'm like...
They love you, producer Joe. Maybe a glorious return.
Who is they?
A bunch of people texting in. It's not just like it's one guy.
Larry Thornton, Henshin, Manute Bowl eligible. Look at that.
All really good people.
Eric in the Central West End says producer Joe is the sole member of the TMA Mount Rushmore producers. Producer Joe is the GOAT. Libby Jack has a lot of work to do to reach Prod Joe heights. That's from Eric in the Central West End. What a birthday sentiment.
I feel like, Jackson, we should ask you what you would like to ask Joe as somebody who's clearly...
this is an opportunity for you
Don
to
Ohlmeyer.
Get some advice.
This isn't the first time Joe and I have had a conversation. The first conversation I had was when I was fresh off of a hiring session with one John Hadley, and we were recording
Martin's been activated.
We were recording the Big Six podcast, and Joe goes, "Well, it's a great job if you don't like money."
That's good counsel. It's good counsel.
So this is not my first conversation with Prod Joe, but I do have all the respect in the world for
sure.
Prod Joe.
And so Jackson got the job. And so cousin Nick now listens in Minnesota, and I have to, after the show, explain a lot of the inside jokes to him. So Jackson got the job 5 years ago by filling out an application. Producer Joe was hired from Atlanta where he was cutting lawns, and we said you would be a great morning show producer. Is that fair, Joe?
No, I mean it's somewhat accurate. I was cutting lawns. I was also producing on the weekends at the station in Atlanta.
Okay.
And there was a guy, his name was Bernie, who was producing the midday show in Atlanta. And I was either going to end up producing the midday show in Atlanta because Bernie was coming up to you, or I was coming up here. And what should have been a big sign towards everything, they offered me the job on Thursday and asked if I could be in St. Louis on Monday.
Nice.
Yeah.
What about those lawns?
Excuse me?
What about the lawns? You just left them high and dry?
Well, no, I asked for 2 weeks to be able to relocate. And so that's how I ended up here in August, as opposed to the end of July.
And here you are all these years later, a career move to St. Louis, and then you stuck and stayed.
For now, sure. Yeah.
Oh,
for
Doug,
now.
you picked that up?
Now. It's been 18 and a half years, and he says, for now.
18 and a half years. It's been nearly 21, Martin.
Is it? What year am I on? Oh, yeah, I was thinking 06.
Yeah.
That's when you got fired briefly. I forgot.
Yeah, that was a really good day. I remember that.
For the record, we were doing a program across from Rams Park. KFNS had given out a number of shirts, very flattering caricatures of Martin, the cat, and myself. We ran out of shirts. The listeners had come. They wanted the free shirts. I don't know how many you were given, a limited amount.
20 or so.
20. You were infuriated that we ran out of shirts, and then you went back to the station. And did you tell the general manager to go F himself? Because a lot of people would say that's insubordinate.
It's probably not a good.
Yeah, I did. But that was not ever given as a reason for my termination. That was separated by about a month or so. So while it probably played a role in it, it was not written down. Because I asked for some documentation when it happened, and that was still not given as a reason. But probably didn't help the situation.
Okay, so there's some acknowledgement.
Well, if that wasn't it, do you feel like your career was cut short by the unfortunate injury to your hindquarters?
Oh, God.
No, not at all. In actuality, it was a 15-minute blip of
Yet it lives forever.
Well, it's because you guys just won't let it die.
It's not like us.
Beat it into the ground.
Does it bother you that you're still a topic on the text line fairly consistently?
I can't control it, so I shouldn't let it bother me, I suppose.
That's fair. That's a good approach, actually. Jackson, you could learn from that right there, too. Although I think Jackson's there. Jackson's reached like the producer Joe Zen at a young age, and that is a great thing to have.
Yeah, I did. Doug's got a certain state of nirvana as well.
Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm. That's just due to old age and near-death incidents.
Not giving a rip. Hey, Joe, Joe, is it still true that some people like some things and then some people like other things?
I think you got it a little twisted, but yes, the premise is still very much the same.
What did I twist?
What did Martin get wrong about the statement? I think we actually have merchandise
some people like
on this.
some things, some people don't like other things.
Some people like some things, some people don't like
people
other
like things, and some people don't like other things.
Oh, there it is. The great Joe Pelusi. Tim, you like to get behind the curtain.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, this would be kind of fun. The original producer, Jackson, is now the celebrated producer of the show. And I thought, and Joe says, well, I'm always up for jacking around. Tomorrow's no good. Busy morning. And I was like, oh, wow, that kind of hurts. And then he said, but if I could promote Easy Passes, maybe we'll make it work. And I said, there we go. There's the payola. Joe, this time of year, you've got a lot of things going on downtown, sporting events. And I always wonder, well, where could I park? What could I do? Do you know anything about that?
I do, yes. If you go to easypasses.com, the letter E, letter Z, passes.com, we've got cruise and city and Battlehawks and concerts. It's much easier if you know where you're going to park before you arrive. You can buy full season parking passes. You can buy single game passes. It's very simple. And then you know where you're going to park. You can show up 15 minutes before the event. Don't spend your time driving around. Easy Passes will take care of you. Tim's used it. Doug's used it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, people buy movie tickets before they go to the movie so they know where they're sitting. You can do the same thing with parking passes.
How about that?
Easy Pass.
More Yola Deweys and Easy Pass.
Again, Tim, well, I'm always up for jacking around. Tomorrow's no good. And then the next text, but if I could promote Easy Passes.
Oh, my God, it was scheduled.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be an issue.
And I folded like a cheap 10. I'm like, whatever it takes to get Joe.
Mr. Licks wants to know if you still have a landing strip.
Oh.
It's really none of his business. So I'm not sure why that matters.
Doug, that sounds like a yes. Producer Joe, wonderful to hear from you. Would you like to announce when the TMA Fantasy Baseball Draft is so listeners can gather and watch the Southside Seaman continue its run?
Well, opening day is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Because of the votes, we're not going to include the games taking place in Asia. So I would envision our draft will be about 2 weeks from this past Tuesday.
Doug, 2 weeks from this past Tuesday.
What would the date on that be?
It's March 25th, I think.
That's right, yeah. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
That way we can make sure you're not drafting somebody who's going to get hurt.
I think that's a smart move. Yeah, me, producer Joe, and Charlie put that over the top. That almost didn't go down that way, but we're very pleased with our votes. Producer Joe, we're very pleased to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. Jackson, I mean, to have you two right now together, Doug,
feels great.
This is a moment. Is this like DiMaggio and Mantle getting together?
It feels like it. One career wound down in Hall of Fame fashion, and another one sprouts up.
Well, people are persisting about the ankle tat. Is there an update on that?
Gone.
So you had to get that. You got that laser removed, like an adult star in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, it took about 3.5 years of intermittent. Well, you don't get treated every week. You've got huge gaps in between, but all gone. You can't even tell it was there.
Wow. Did it hurt? Does it hurt to have it removed?
No.
Well, sorry, I just asked. Wow. You just hit it with a little laser? Is that what they do?
I didn't hit it with a laser.
Well,
they
someone
did.
does. Okay.
Here we go. Splitting hairs.
Producer Joe, thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Hey, Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. What a wonderful sentiment. There he is, Doug. That's producer Joe from 2004 through 2013, producer of this program and proud owner of a landing strip. I think still to this day.
One of
It
the
have to be alarming for a lady to discover.
He did,
I think.
did not answer the question.
Yeah, Mr. Licks asked the tough question.
And of all the people we've tried to get on the show, I think we've had a pretty good run. Joe's the first one who said, kind of busy tomorrow. I was like, what? And he said, well, if we could do it early and promote Easy Passes.
I can weave in some YOLA.
He even texted me and said, good way to bring up Easy Passes would be. And I was like,
He gave you prompts.
yes.
You're welcome to get involved, as many are doing. Now hearing producer Joe, 314-399-9646. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, active as the day is long. 201 friends have gathered and are talking it over. That's youtube.com/TMA. STL. It's the Jackson Burkett Birthday Gala. And Jackson, the St. Louis Blues are going to take the ice in your honor tonight and try to keep this heater going in Pittsburgh.
Do it for me, boys. Oh, God.
I was
like immediately want that putt back.
You want that one back? Missed a 2-footer.
Do it for me, boys.
Second guy scratch.
I was watching the Calgary-Vancouver game at work, and I said, I just don't want overtime. Because that way everybody...
3-point game.
Everybody gets at least a point. So what do?
3-point game.
Overtime. And a shootout. Vancouver wins, so they get the 2. Calgary gets the 1. The Blues are now... This is the Vaughn index, Doug?
Yes, it is.
Well, actually, I'm looking at the standings. You can give the index, but the Blues are 2 points behind both Vancouver and Calgary. Vancouver has now played the same amount of games as the Blues. Calgary, 1 less game. So that's the standing. What about the Vaughn index?
I would have to do a quick little math calculation
Yeah.
here.
Was that a little gerbil?
I got the Blues at 69 on the Vaughn index. And Calgary and Vancouver, let's see, they did play last night. You said that went to overtime?
A shootout.
Okay.
Yeah, Vancouver win.
Calgary's a 71, and Vancouver is also a 71.
Oh, yeah. What about the Blues?
69.
That's the Vaughn index.
Yes.
Starting to wonder about this index.
Very
It just
accurate.
coincidentally matches the
Extremely
standings
accurate.
every single time.
I guess if it had to go to overtime, Vancouver was the team you would want to win that because they have played the same number of games as the Blues.
And they're playing heads up to a week from tonight.
Yeah. Blues still get to play them, and as Jamie Rivers said yesterday, he thinks Calgary's a better team than Vancouver, so he thinks the Blues can overtake the Canucks. But Utah's playing well, too. Utah's tied with the Blues.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
It's the Canucks.
According to them.
How could you possibly not know the word Canucks?
To fix the Canucks.
Canucks!
What's the context there?
It was a TV station in D.C.
I was about to say, if that was in Canada.
shipping you out.
You couldn't do that in B.C. But I think it was in D.C. where that anchor Capitals report of some sort talking about the Canucks.
Okay.
Well, we've all made mistakes.
Could
but this
have
one's funny.
been a news person. Sometimes that happens when they
struck
have.
me as that.
Yeah, we had somebody say Pujols a couple times in the morning, and like, oh, he's kind of a known commodity. He's a little bit. He's not new here.
Yeah, that's tough.
That means you also can't have even a lick of knowledge about Spanish. Just say Pujols.
Yeah,
to look at that and see that. I heard a news anchor in town when Wainwright re-upped, they said, all right, we got the big lefty coming back. The sports person went, well, sure.
You don't want to call attention to it.
Correct.
It is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. So McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the birthday gala. Jackson turning 27 today, and he will celebrate by watching Missouri take on Mississippi State, which really kind of beat the hell out of LSU last night. Meanwhile, in the nightcap, the Oklahoma Sooners and Georgia Bulldogs
Oklahoma
did battle.
Yep.
And so Porter Mosier's bunch is going to go to the NCAA tournament, you think?
Yeah.
Former Rick Majerus assistant going tournament, you think? They're going to tournament?
If they're able to beat Kentucky today, they won't have to be in the first 4, I don't think. And then, but they're for sure in now. I think they're one of the last 4 in, but in now, especially with Ohio State losing yesterday to Iowa. So Illinois will play Iowa now. But with Ohio State kind of taking themselves out of contention, the team like Oklahoma for sure gets in my opinion.
It's still a little alarming that they're 6-12 in the conference.
It's supposed to show you the conference, man.
I know.
And that would be probably 14 teams in the NCAA tournament from the SEC.
Yeah, as Vandy.
You thinking Georgia gets in?
Yeah, I think they probably will. I mean, that's the thing is like they don't necessarily look at conference record. They're looking at game by game and your resume. And teams like Oklahoma, especially, are red hot and have good wins. You know, Vanderbilt's another team. Like might not have the best conference record, but they have really good wins.
14 teams in one conference. That's a lot.
They used to, I was reading the Sports Illustrated had a story about it today, why the SEC has gotten so dominant in basketball. And they were averaging less than 4 bids a season all the way up to like 2017. And then every single team started spending $10 million or more on their basketball programs, and now 14.
Yeah, and 3 teams that are traditional football powers, Alabama, Florida, Auburn to some extent, now have higher rated basketball teams in football.
Yeah. I mean, in the NIL era,
at least this
what's
year,
the excuse
anyway,
to not have a really good team in both?
Good news. We don't have to wonder. We actually know who is in, and Vanderbilt and Oklahoma have the last 4 byes.
Oh, wow.
And Texas is the first team out. That is being reported this morning by ESPN. And it's Joey Lenore with updated bracketology.
Sure.
And the thing about it is Missouri and Baylor were matched up yesterday in Cleveland. They're still matched up in Cleveland. And whoever wins that game will take on Tommy Izzo in the round of 32. Meanwhile, Illinois has moved out of the bracket, and they will be taking on Oklahoma at Porter Mosier. And look at what the committee has done. The guy who coached in Loyola, Chicago, now will face Illinois. And he will be coaching the Sooners against Illinois in that game now in Denver. Illinois moves out of Milwaukee because what took place between Oklahoma and Georgia.
Yeah, we just don't know. We have to wait till the conference tournaments are played. We don't know who they're going to pick.
Illinois will get a chance to avenge Missouri's loss to Kentucky.
We don't know.
Because they will take on Big Blue Nation in the round of 32.
You got a starting time on that, too, I guess?
2:30.
Oh, gosh.
Porter Mosier nicked Illinois when they were really good. Remember, Illinois was a 1, I think. Kofi Coburn, that was the year in Indianapolis. I'm pretty sure.
The gentleman with the mustache. Bigger fella. He had a mustache. He was really putting in work.
On Illinois?
On Loyola.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Great free throw shooter.
Right. Was that the Io DeSumo year?
Kind of a nimble, with
That's
Kofi.
Yeah,
but that's
so
again,
good.
the committee, it's just an accident that Porter Mosier might have to play Illinois, even though they have that history.
See? Like that committee. They're so creative.
Well, they haven't done it yet.
The Cougars of SIU Edwardsville taking on Jackson State. The winner of that gets Auburn in Lexington.
Okay.
I got to tell you, and I mean this sincerely. I actually have. I've thrown a play on the Billikens to win the A-10 tournament. I think that there's something live there. Looking forward to it. They play Davidson today. New assistant general manager Steph Curry. He, I'm sure, will be monitoring that one, and that's a 1:00 tip.
Why in the world would he want to be the assistant general manager of Davidson? I know he went to Davidson.
Love for his program.
But what's he going to do?
Help recruit players. Best shooter of all time.
Is it
trying to get you to come to your school.
Doesn't feel like
Jackson's kind of talking down.
I don't mean to. I don't mean to.
If you're telling me they want his money to help pay for some NIL business, I could say, well,
no, it's
okay.
his influence. If I'm good,
Doesn't feel like a day-to-day. He's not in the office every day.
Well, I know, but if I'm a
I'm saying to Doug, it's not like it's a day-to-day job.
If I'm a 17-year-old recruit or a guy looking to transfer and Steph Curry is at my meeting, yeah, the chances of me going to that
You
school
think he's going to the
exponentially.
meetings, the recruiting meetings?
Every once in a while. I'm not saying he's going to every single one. Yeah, or
Yes,
a
but
FaceTime from him.
But couldn't he have been doing that already without being the assistant general manager?
Well, he's going to let his speak a little, I assume.
I feel like
that.
the title feels a little ceremonial. Like he loves Davidson. Like it's
Sure.
It's calling attention to the fact to kids. Hey, remember Steph Curry is associated with this program.
Yeah, I think now it's official.
Yeah, and I think that's if I'm Davidson, if I'm the AD at Davidson, I'm jumping with joy.
I saw that one of the Celtics assistant coaches or one of their front office people left to become general manager at Arkansas.
Is that right?
Since when did colleges have general managers? Who's the general manager at Mizzou?
Mizzou doesn't have a GM yet, but a lot of teams, football-wise, have been hiring GMs. Andrew Luck at Stanford is the GM.
Well, why don't we have a general manager?
Notre Dame hired a GM.
Why don't you go become the general manager at Mizzou?
New twist.
That would be a bad idea.
Why?
Who do I know? You got to get some people with some influence. You know,
You're
some
on
movers
Dennis
and
Gates'
shakers.
roster now.
It's true. Maybe in 25 years. I got to marinate.
I thought the athletic director was the general manager.
Kirby Smart at Alabama said, or Georgia, Kirby Smart said, I don't want a GM. He's like, I want to be in control of things.
Yeah, I
would
get that.
think.
Yeah, especially him. Yeah, he doesn't need some
I think it's more of a
slappy running around.
I think it's more of a like a salary cap position where you're handling the money, getting the money coming in. How much do we have allotted for wide receiver next year?
Kind of like
what's our
coaches
QB?
focus on the product on the field.
I think that's what these are largely about.
Yeah.
Cameron Krutwig, the big man for Loyola with the stash.
Yeah, right.
Cameron Krutwig.
Yeah.
For the record, Billikens and Davidson. That's a 1 p.m. tip today in a tournament. Now, that, of course, depends on what time the Bonnies and Duquesne end, because they get underway at 10:30. And that, of course, is taking place in Washington, D.C. Billikens -4, -185 on the money line. And I have fired a bullet.
You have fired one.
Missouri and Mississippi State. Jackson, guess the spread.
It's 2.5, isn't it?
It's 3.5.
3.5.
Missouri -3.5. They beat the hell out of the Bulldogs in Starkville. It was about 6-7 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But Mississippi State, I was watching the postgame last night. They're on a mission to shove that right back up their backsides. Illinois beat the hell out of Iowa. 2 weeks ago, about?
Maybe in less.
And they will get a chance to see the Hawkeyes again. Illinois is -11.
Really?
How about that?
Wow.
-650 on the money line.
Illinois, yeah. I mean, I think safe to say that they're much closer to the team at the beginning of conference play than they were towards the middle of conference play, peaking in that Duke game where they looked just awful. But they were really unhealthy. Now they're healthy. Here come the Fighting Illini.
Tim rolled out the Hope-O-meter, I believe, in baseball.
That was from the
yesterday.
Athletic, yeah.
Kind of like the Hope-O-meter. What about the confidence meter for all you Mizzou geeks, huh? What do you think today? Do they get it together and roll, and do you need that?
It's the first 8-minute thing. Again, like you got
the first 8 minutes against Kentucky defensively were great. It was the offense.
Yeah, you got to do it on both sides of the ball. If you go out there and you punch them in the mouth in that first 8 minutes, then I think
that's a foul.
You cannot punch him in the mouth.
Technical, maybe.
I know the game, Jackson.
Prison rules.
Sorry. I'll get better again. This is why I need 25 years to marinate. Yeah. If you go out there and come out strong in that first 8 minutes, then I think that establishes, get a little confidence back. Then the confidence meter goes way up. But if you start flat again, then
now don't get down. You're the future GM.
It's your birthday. And
I know.
You got Missouri playing. You got the Billikens playing. You got Illinois playing. You got tournaments all day long. You got the players going on in Ponte Vedra. What else could you ask for?
I'm loving
Cardinals
it, baby.
had 2 hits last night.
It's the year of being grateful. I don't know how much more heartbreak I can take.
Uh-oh. This guy's going in with
You're
PTSD.
really struggling right now because they've lost 3 in a row and 4 out of 5.
No, I'm staying. I'm feet firmly planted on the wagon. I'm still rocking.
Maybe you should just order Chinese by yourself tonight. Keep it simple.
General Tso's and waffle fries, please.
I have to put a lean on
Did
my
your dad
home.
go there with you in terms of the emotional stress in the game?
No. I mean, he gets fired up. And he gets angry, but I don't think it sticks with him as long.
I like that.
Mizzou has to win today. You have to get confidence. If you lose, you are not getting past the first weekend of the tourney. This is the biggest game of the year. It's from the 314.
Oh, I don't know if this is the biggest game of the year. The biggest game of the year will be their NCAA tournament game.
Right. I think you could say that every next game is the biggest game of the year. But this is important. You want to get confidence before going to the big dance. This is a prime opportunity.
John Rothstein calls Chris Jantz. He says he's the dentist. You know, Rothstein has
his little sayings. He sells T-shirts.
He sells T-shirts, but Chris Jantz is the dentist. And I thought, okay, I'm not following. I'm trying to.
Mississippi State is free money today. That's from the 314.
From the 314. I'll remember that.
Mizzou going to full Mizzou. They out. That's from the total package.
They are out would be proper grammar there.
Yeah, well, it's going to make people really happy when Mizzou loses.
Because you're not doing a live stream, but you will during the NCAA tournament.
That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan.
Sounds like, Doug, there might be a little wiggle room to press eject on that. That's my read.
I said I'd do it, so I'll do it.
Man of his word.
I have to get StreamYard. It is expired, but I'll refresh it.
Are you going to watch these games alone, or do you?
Well, if I'm streaming,
emotional support.
No, if I'm streaming, I'll be alone.
How do you set up the camera?
It's on the laptop.
There? Laptop.
Yep.
I'll be watching that.
Hopefully, a lot of people.
I might have a watch party to watch you.
That's not a bad idea.
Like people coming over. You got the game on? Nope. Watching
on the big TV of me,
Yes.
and then on like a little tiny little.
Following the Gamecast on my phone.
You could become like one of these guys who makes a six-figure income by having people watch them play video games.
Twitch, Manuel Ferrara,
That's
friend
the
of the show.
darndest thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, it's major money.
Watching other people play video games.
Birthday boy should have never done that interview with Gates. That's from Marcelo Zuna's alarm clock. Folding like lawn chairs, the Como kitties are going down. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Okay.
Jackson, why don't you do the live stream with the Plowhawk? How about that? Plowhawk not really high on Missouri. You will not do that.
I like if Missouri's doing bad and there was like a little sly joke, that's not something that I can like just like let breeze by.
Yes, you could.
wow,
You
you
get
would
some
like
nice
put a bullet in some
sarcasm.
guy's head?
No, I just like that's. But I don't like that. Like I have friends like that who are like trolls and think it's funny. Like when Mizzou's playing to be like root for the other team, and that's not like. I don't want to be around that at all.
Well, how are you going to handle the chat while you're doing the live stream? Because that's what it's all it's going to be.
I deal with a chat 5 days a week.
Yeah, but you're not emotionally invested like you will be during Missouri and the NCAA tournament.
If I hadn't done it with the Princeton game and the Utah State game from 2 years ago, then I wouldn't. Then I would also think the same way. But I did it, and I was okay. I can get past. It's like nameless, faceless people. I can like, all right, get out of here. But like, if someone I know and love, like the Plowhawk, is saying some things, then I might say something I regret.
That's what I want to see. I want to see the Plowhawk there chirping you and you getting upset.
No, why would I put myself through hell through my favorite thing?
Because it's entertaining for the rest of us.
Well, how about you do it then?
Because it wouldn't bother me if you chirped.
That's true. That's the damnedest part of it
that's
all.
the Doug Vaughn Nirvana.
I know. That's what's annoying.
Get involved on the program. Call in. Jackson Burkett birthday gala. Birthday wishes are solicited here on the program today at 314-974-0101. You can text in at 314-399-9646. Got the YouTube chat. 219 friends gathered in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And that is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen in St. Louis, founded in St. Louis in 1979. If you're in a spot where you're going to need a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local? That's Brown and Crouppen through and through. Not only founded in St. Louis, but committed to the St. Louis area. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, or you can call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Jackson, am I good to go to a break? I see you and Chairman Kurt are like telepathically communicating.
It's just sometimes the communication is it's an important part. Yeah, we can go to break.
I'm sorry, what school, what training? The Progio, we're talking 20 years ago, yet it still kind of weaves in to this day.
Sometimes the communication is an important part.
That was just
another
me.
T-shirt.
That was just me buying time. No, we're good. Now we're good.
Okay.
It's unimportant.
Okay.
Boy, this live stream talk has rattled him.
No,
Somebody said you
I
were.
think the tee shot's going right.
Somebody said you were a crab ass the last time you did it.
I wasn't a crab ass.
Well,
maybe during the Princeton game.
Okay, well then there's the answer. 636.
Well, it's my free time. I can be a crab ass if I want.
Well, you said you weren't, but then you said maybe I was.
How about this offer? Mr. Licks, this guy's an entrepreneur. He has a place in Huntley. He says, I would actually pay money to watch if the chat room were restricted to just Mr. Siders and Eric from the Central West End. Would you like to just limit the chat room to just Mr. Siders and Eric from the Central West End during your Missouri live stream?
No, that sounds awful.
I actually think that might not be too bad.
If it's just those two?
Yeah.
And so no one else can send a message?
Right.
But then people wouldn't watch.
They watch to watch the hate?
Oh, yeah, but they want to say something, That's what I think gets people going, is the interaction.
What about a live stream when you shave the mustache, just to kind of get Mizzou back on track?
Maybe I'll just take a vid.
Okay. Don't say vid.
I knew it.
Although it's going to be hard.
We've got plenty of time. It's a long show.
Left hand. It's too tough.
Jackson has the maturity of a 70-year-old in everything besides Missouri. With Missouri, he turns into a 3-year-old. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, yeah, it's a decent split. I mean, wouldn't you prefer that than like the opposite? Like acting a 3-year-old everywhere else, but then with Missouri, you're like a very calm 70-year-old person.
Probably wouldn't be here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Mr. Sider says he's sold, so he's in.
If they are willing to pay, like $5,000,
Wow.
Well, you got
I thought Prod Joe ran a hard
no,
bargain.
you got to move the needle.
Eric in the Central West End is out. I wouldn't waste my time watching Mizzou anyway. Eric in the Central West End is out. So Mr. Licks and his investment.
I didn't even want that to be the case, anyways. You know, you don't have to
What
sell
if each
me.
one said, "Here's $5,000," and you got
Then
10 grand?
absolutely.
All right, there you go.
I'll do it topless if they ask.
Oh, you would?
For $5,000
Now
a
you're
piece.
negotiating against yourself. I'm going to step in here.
Here's the deal. We'll give you half that, and then you ask for even less. And just keep going down.
It's all in a gift card.
Yeah, we'll get you a gift card. Now, it may or may not have some balance on there, but you go to Slider House. I'll meet you there. They know me.
7:51 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go with any of these things. Well, that's where Stewie can come into play and help you. Plus, you can call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. What's the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there are no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Pittsburgh Penguins. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Nice. So good. 2 weeks from today, they'll be playing this in downtown St. Louis as the Mound City comes together to celebrate opening day. Tickets still available. Doug, breaking news. The Cardinals have signed a player. They become the final team in Major League Baseball to sign a team or sign a player. Phil, we have looked up the pronunciation, and we have come to the conclusion that is Maton.
Maton, M-A-T-O-N. Okay.
No relation.
He's a young guy just coming up.
Nope, he is 31. He had a 3.66 ERA in a combined 71 games for the Mets and Rays last year. Phil Maton is a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. Your reaction, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines with the reaction to the Maton news.
Does it change your thoughts on the season, Tim, in any way?
I love this club.
Yeah.
Players don't ask to be overpaid in our city.
Nice. This move is likely to help the club get hot. And you know what happens if you get hot? You can win this, baby.
Yes!
Come on. This guy pitched pretty well last year. He pitched a lot.
I will say they've actually been good, though, at finding a random bullpen piece, whether it's Kittredge or
Luis
whether
Garcia.
it's Gio Gonzalez. Even Fernandez last year, they have been pretty good at identifying a random arm to plug into the bullpen. So I'm on board. Friend of the show.
His stats say he pitched 40 games in Tampa Bay and then 31 with the Mets all last year.
Yeah, his modus operandi is I'd like to pitch in about half the games if I could.
Yeah, and that's what he did.
They love the fans, not money.
That's why he's here. It was the fans, it's not the money. So this looks like a guy that'll be on the team, though, based on what he's done in his career. So I don't think it's a minor league piece. I think this guy is actually going to stick. So it's a huge move for our club.
From the 314, my reaction, World Series, here we come. What a joke!
Oh, come on.
314. I'm stoked. We're going all the way now. This is exactly the guy I was praying for. That's from What's Eating Albert's Pools.
Oh. Let's see. He had 30 strikeouts in 28 innings with the Mets. ERA 2.57 the last half. He was darn good the last half of last year.
Really?
Yeah, he was.
Other teams just didn't see it.
No.
And so the Cardinals were able to get him on Jackson's birthday. Jackson, what a birthday present for producer Joe and now Phil Maton.
That's a nice gift. That is nice to have.
A Cardinal bullpen piece or producer Joe, which one has meant more to you?
Only one has a landing strip.
It's true.
As far as we know.
If they had announced last year that there was going to be a reset and the guy we're bringing in is Phil Maton.
Who's 31?
Yeah, would everyone have been excited about it?
What if they said the person we're bringing in is producer Joe?
Yes, excited, very much so.
There we go.
We got a guest on the line, Tim.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, it's Jackson's birthday. And
it's nonstop. People are dropping by in honor of Jackson's birthday. Is this a surprise guest?
Yeah, only to Jackson, really.
Okay.
Well, to the rest of you, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's another surprise guest for this Jackson birthday jubilee. Surprise guest, welcome to 101 ESPN. You're on with the birthday boy.
Jackson, I remember 28 years ago when you burst into this, is it 27 or 28? When you burst into this world, we knew there was something special looking down at that face in that crib, and I knew Right, Ben, this boy will grow up to be a producer on a morning show on ESPN someday and carry Tim McKernan's clubs to and fro his car.
Wow. Cut that off. Sounds like former President Bill Clinton or former Rams head coach Mike Martz. If he loves Trent Green.
I don't even know what that voice was. Hi, guys. How are you?
Jackson Joe Buck calling in for your birthday.
It really did sound like Bill Clinton.
I feel...
Hey.
That was kind of
nights around D.C. We were running around.
Yeah, you ran around with President Clinton.
kind of a Bill Clinton and then like an older Eli Drinkwitz kind of just hanging on the porch.
I'll take your word for that one. Yeah. So it's Mayton, just so you know.
Is it really?
Yeah.
We actually went through and did the pronouncer on Google. And
Google gave
well, it's nice to have people who call World Series games calling in and correcting
Well, I
us.
mean, unless he's changed it from when I was way back when I was doing baseball.
Yeah.
And now he goes by Matten back then, or I was getting it wrong because he pitched every night for the Astros.
That's his thing.
I was calling him Mayton, and nobody corrected me. So
Phil Cougar
that's what I would go with.
We prefer Madden.
But it looks like he's pretty good based on the stats. Looks like a pretty good pitcher. Not that we followed his career closely.
Clearly.
Yeah, since we didn't know his name. Joe, you recall we talked a couple months ago and you said the 2025 slogan is Cardinals offseason, sitting this one out. And what are the chances that the next time we talk to you is the split second that they signed their first player?
It's amazing. And here we are. I mean, they didn't rush things. Let's say that.
They didn't rush.
I mean, we're in March. We got opening day 2 weeks away, and they have signed somebody to a major league contract. This is it's a watershed moment in the history of the franchise.
Exciting, that's for sure.
Watershed. Joe, you know, in your world, the producer is so vital. The great Pete Macheska. I'm trying to think of some of those. I'm going to rattle off. Richie
Pete
Zions.
Macheska, yeah.
Yeah, Richie Zions. And then now Jackson Burkett in that same role.
Yeah.
And you could probably tell the job he does for us.
I mean, these people are invaluable, and I know that Jackson are we going to Action Jackson?
Action Jackson, Carl Weathers, and Vanity.
Yeah, similar builds.
I mean, you're the glue that holds this mess together every morning. So congratulations to you. Happy birthday. I've never really considered birthdays this great accomplishment. I don't know why they are celebrated but
so jovial.
At any rate, congratulations on one more trip around the sun.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. This is a very special moment.
But no great accomplishment.
Yeah. No, great accomplishment. Just being born, but it is nice.
Maybe Hallmark should make a card. You really didn't accomplish anything other than crawling out.
Yeah,
like,
that's
here
Joe
you
Buck
are.
with his thumb up.
Joe's Hallmark version.
I'd buy that. Thank you, Joe. That means a lot. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm sure it does.
Can you do a Mount Rushmore of Team A producers? Well, I don't want to put Joe on the spot.
Well, I'm going to short that market. It would be surprising.
Well, I think he's too busy.
Too busy calling Super Bowls and World Series.
Oh, there's no time for this show?
I think so. I actually do think that's exactly
Studying
right.
how to say Phil Matton's name.
Yeah, well, Mayton. There was a broadcaster that was in both sports and in news and entertainment who theoretically, can't say that I ever was aware of or saw the list, but kept a running list of his pallbearers in his coat pocket, and that list would change as the days would go by. So somebody would jump on, somebody would fall off. Maybe that person would then get back on, depending on what they did. So it's sad that on a Mount Rushmore, I think you could only come up with 4, right?
That's kind of the limit.
It's a standard Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I start thinking about him. I mean, producer Joe.
Yeah, it's the George Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that not necessarily a great producer, but just kind of fun to bat around a little bit.
That's fair. I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I think it's a tight read.
Yeah.
I would Gangster Pete. Wasn't there a Gangster Pete?
Oh my goodness,
Sure.
Gangster Pete with a shout out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's outstanding.
God, probably Sea Monster.
Yes, I think
sure.
this is so far. This is the correct Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Does everybody there have some ridiculous nickname?
Correct.
I think that's true.
Doug calls himself the prime minister.
Yeah, and then what about Iggy? Does Iggy?
Oh, sure. That means Jackson's on the outside looking in.
Oh, I didn't make it.
It's respective.
All you did was have a birthday.
But do you have to actually produce to be considered a producer?
You're going to get a text from Iggy right now, Martin.
Oh, boy.
That's fair, but I think the people are out with their hammers and their chisels and they're sizing up Jackson's face.
Oh my goodness,
there it is.
Jackson. How
For
about
entry.
that?
The sheet will come down. It will cover one of those faces. I would say Sea Monster, but who am I to judge? And then at some point in the future, the sheet will drop and it'll be Action Jackson that we're all staring at.
Thank you.
Probably the cornerstone right there.
The one looking the other direction.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, it's a real card.
How about that?
This is outstanding.
Almost like from the Wikipedia page for TMA. How about that?
What a day. Best birthday
the
ever.
fact that I can barely think because of the feedback on this phone line for anything.
Oh no!
I think
That's
I fixed.
wrong.
I think there's a lever that you had to
boy.
So you were the one on your birthday.
Is it
Joe
better
Buck
now?
calls in, praises you, and then you've been
Is there
botching.
anything you can shut off where I'm not hearing? There. Now it's
Yeah,
on. Good job.
I hit the button.
Wow.
All right.
Well, I think we got to redo the Mount Rushmore.
5 minutes in.
Just like that.
I mean,
Joe-
it was like singing the anthem at a stadium and just bouncing back at me. So everything, I apologize if whatever I said for the first 5 minutes of this interview made no sense.
No, it made all the sense. By the way, have you ever been present? You weren't present for the what to me was the greatest of all time, Carl Lewis's national anthem. Were you present for one of the worst national anthems that we think of in your storied career? You probably have been around for some of the best, considering the games you've called.
Yeah, no, I don't. I look at them all the time. Whatever my algorithm is,
Carl Lewis pops up
on Instagram. I get Carl Lewis. I get Charlie Steiner leading into Carl Lewis. Charlie Steiner laughing uncontrollably like Doug with somebody getting hit with a foul ball.
Sorry.
Yeah, and but no, I've never like the Roseanne Barr moment. None of that. I've never seen any of that in person.
Do you think nicknames are the way to go, Joe? You and Troy have been together a long time. What if you just start calling him like Tornado Troy, or just come up with a cool, catchy nickname? Would that change your career?
That's how they do it. That just seems to be kind of the thing. It's like, let's send it down to EA. EA, yeah, sure, TB. Hey, KB. Hey.
That's true.
He doesn't have anything.
The initials, that's a lazy way to go. Like JB would be not only Joe Buck, but Jackson Burkett. Hey, JB, back to you, JB. Thanks,
Right.
JB.
Yeah, there are a lot of JBs out there. But yeah, no, I think it's probably better to just go with the full name. But I think it gives me a little smile when I'm driving around Ladue, listening to the "Are you kidding me?" update, and he announces himself as Action Jackson.
Look at you, Jackson.
Yeah, I guess I started doing that at the beginning of the balloon party, and now it's like
branding.
I guess
you're
like
branding.
just muscle memory now. I might drop it. You never know.
Yeah, and you get your little
Change it
NBA
up a little
update too,
bit.
Joe.
What's that?
You get your little NBA update in there too.
Yeah, I need those. If I'm going to have
Thank you.
any knowledge that I have of the NBA comes from Action Jackson's update.
Look at that, Jackson.
It's a W for me. It's going to my resume.
I'm curious, Joe. I know you're passionate Blues fans. You got the Blues and Penguins. They're trying to stay in this playoff race. You got the players. I know you love the game of golf. You got Indiana playing in the Big Ten tournament. You got all the college basketball going on. Cardinals got 2 hits last night. And now you got the Mayton signing too, so I'm sure you're buzzing there.
Mayton, Jesus Christ.
Flip that off. We can use that in the update. What will be your priority on sports viewing on a glorious day like today?
It'll be Blues, for
There you
God's
go.
sake. I mean, the
Penguins.
Blues are the Blues. It's all we have right now, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I will go to the mat with the St. Louis Blues. They've actually fun to watch. The beginning of the year, it was just a boring product, I thought, and now it's enjoyable again to watch Blues hockey. So credit to them.
Something's going on. I got to tell these guys, I don't know what's going on, but they really do believe here over like ever since they came back from Four Nations, actually.
Yeah, and I think the only question is obviously the Federko injury. If that didn't happen, I would say they make the playoffs. But I think it's going to be hard to do without him. I'm not saying they won't, mainly because of the two teams they seem to be chasing, maybe three. But I think, it's given us hope. And then you start filtering in some of these younger guys. Now I sound like John Hamm on a Blues broadcast.
I was going to ask you about him, though, because we had J.K. initials, John Kelly, J.K. on the other day, and he said, John Hamm really is a fan. And I think, and you're around Hollywood people, you could tell some of them, oh, my Cubs this year are amazing. Like they have no clue. I feel like John Hamm really is into it.
Oh, he is. Yeah, no, he is. And he was at the parade when they won the Cup. I was doing golf wherever I was, and he sent me a picture of him at the parade holding up the cup. I'm like, you finally did it. Congratulations. You finally won it. He's like, shut up. But yeah, there's scarves, everything flying.
How has he not shown up? Has Hamm shown up at a City game? I mean, he's got the scarf. He's ready.
I mean, John Hamm, since I've known him when we were, I don't know, I probably met him when I was 15. He's always been a huge sports fan. This is not, as you said, Martin, this is not a put on of like, hey, I think it'd make me more relevant if I wore an old Blues hat and knew, he grew up with John Simmons, Ted's oldest son, and he's a part of the Simmons family in some tangential way because of everything John's been through. So he's been indoctrinated in St. Louis sports. It's a genuine love that John has. So, good for him. And he wears it loud and proud when he goes to different cities. He is St. Louis through and through. It's not a fake thing.
I got to tell you, when we were talking about him, I guess with John Kelly, when John Kelly was with us on Tuesday, there were some people who were pissed about him introing the Chiefs at the Super Bowl. Was he a Chiefs fan growing up? Do you know if he was a Chiefs fan growing up?
I don't think so. No, I think he rooted like I did, like I'm sure you did for the
Cardinals.
Yeah, I just think they grabbed somebody from the other side of Missouri. But my God, I mean, the Chiefs have
Yeah, where was your boy Paul Rudd on that one? I would have thought he would have gotten the nod.
Rudd was there with his son.
Okay,
but he didn't do it. I would imagine they asked. He's pretty well tied in with that organization. And then they have Eric Stone Street is a guy that he has a suite at the stadium. He texts me every time we have a Chiefs game just to make sure that our cameras find him at a Chiefs game. And but I mean, Sudeikis, all these different people, Keckner, Riggle, they're all from Kansas City. So I mean, I kind of get it.
I wonder if they didn't want to piss off, although they thought, let's go outside. I bet, is that a Fox call or NFL?
I would say that piece was probably NFL.
Okay. That piece, Tim, you like that?
I do like that.
Joe, do you follow Mizzou sports very much, or is it all about Indiana with you?
Yeah, I really, no, I don't. I mean, when they enter the tournament, and I know Indiana's kind of on the bubble, I will root for Mizzou. I loved calling their games, and Norm Stewart could not have been nicer to me. I did the radio with Mike Kelly way back, and then did a lot of games with Sunvold on TV, and just making that drive and going down to Columbia, coming back with Mike after games. I mean, we'd drive to and from for the games. Just some of the best memories of my life, and at least life in broadcasting. I just loved being around it. So I have some weird tie to it, but I can't act like I'm some diehard fan. But I will be rooting for them when they get into the tournament.
Dan Caesar wants to know who you'll be watching the Blues Penguins game with. Is that with friends or family?
I will be so by myself.
Okay,
it'll be it's not required viewing in the Buckhouse
and the media views. But you did make the world take. You're calling a baseball game
2 weeks from today. Glorious return, back like Jordan.
Yeah, it's It's a little ridiculous. An executive at ESPN asked me to do it. His name's Mark Gross, great guy, good friend. He just got reassigned to baseball. He's like, hey, look, we have a spot. I don't know if you would, but I'd love for you to do it. And like I said yes to David Hill doing bass fishing years ago, I said yes to Mark only because I'm hoping to get hit by a foul ball so that I can.
I love that. I absolutely love that.
I was going to ask if you've ever been hit by a ball.
I can't imagine you, Doug, at night scrolling through Instagram. Although I can't imagine you having Instagram.
I try.
Those are the only videos I get are people running down steps and falling and going face first into a wall. And you must just cry yourself to sleep.
I do. Have you ever been hit by a ball up in the booth doing all the games you've done?
No, I have not. I've come close, but not. Never been hit. I got hit by a foul ball on my first date with my future first wife. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't see the video.
I was at Busch Stadium. I've been hit by a foul ball twice. Once when I was a little boy, we were in Cincinnati, my mom, dad, and me. My dad's doing the game with Mike up in the booth, playing the Reds. I walk over from the hotel with my mom. I'm maybe, 8, 7, 6, or whatever I was. I was young. And outside the stadium, they had a souvenir stand, and they were selling those plastic batting helmets, and they had a Cardinal helmet there. And I begged my mom to buy me one. And so she buys one at the souvenir stand. We go in. We're on the left side, like behind, I guess it would have been the visiting dugout, but maybe it was the Reds dugout. I don't know, third base side. There's no screen in front of us. And my mom says, now if a foul ball comes over here, because we were pretty close, you have to duck your head. So I was young enough to not really know what to do, probably 15. But I was, let's say I was 5. And so Pete Rose is at the plate batting left-handed, and he hits a slicing foul ball that's coming right at my face. And I duck my head. The ball hits the plastic batting helmet that my mom had bought me she hated the fact that she was buying me the helmet. It hits the helmet, lands in the lap of the guy behind me, leaves a mark on the helmet. My dad's doing the game and is broadcasting and goes, whoa, there's a foul ball into the seats. Watch out down there. And he gets his binoculars out, and it's me that got hit.
Nice.
And so I guess the next time the Cardinals played the Reds, and they took me to the little emergency room at Riverfront Stadium. And the next time the Cardinals played the Reds, I had a signed poster that's still on my wall in my basement from Pete Rose. It says, to Joe, sorry I hit you, Pete Rose.
How about that? And that's why he's not in the Hall of Fame. And he hit Joe with a foul ball. Did you know that?
Kind of mean-spirited.
That's pretty cool. If you're going to get hit by a foul ball, the hit leader, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, true. And then the next time was at Busch, left side of the stadium, on my first date. I've got my leg. There's nobody over there, nobody in this area. I put my leg on the seat in front of me, and I was trying to be cool, slicing foul ball. I'm like, oh, that's going to go 2 rows behind us. Slices and cracks me right in the knee. Oh. So that's if you want to impress your hopeful girlfriend. Get hit by a foul ball without moving a muscle at Busch Stadium.
Did you at least get the ball? Either occasion? You didn't even get the ball, did you?
Neither time did I get the ball. No.
That hurts. That hurts. Yeah. Still funny, but it hurts.
Yes.
Joe, I don't know if you're taking any questions here from the text inbox.
Yeah, sure.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood says, I saw Joe at Sportsman's the other day. What's his go-to there? And by the way, he looked cute. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He was our Listener of the Year in 2023, as you probably know.
Yeah. Wow. I can't tell you the pride I feel swelling inside me to be asked a question by this person. With Chairman Steve.
Chairman Steve. Yeah, Listener of the Year 2023.
Chairman Steve. Yeah, Listener of the Year. My go-to is a turkey burger with jalapenos and steak fries. Nice. And maybe half of a Natalie's Power Salad, which is kale. Although it does come at times drenched in dressing.
Okay, so keep that in mind.
I like that.
Didn't Jackie Smith build those tables like out of bats and chairs? Wasn't that a Jackie Smith operation?
It used to be Jackie's place.
Yeah. I think he built
when you
it.
were running around Wisconsin.
That's fair.
And then, the Probsteins bought it. Saw Jim there last night. And then at one point, Norm, Jim's dad, asked my mom and dad for family pictures. So there's a whole corner of Sportsman's Park, even though we have no ownership or anything, that is just family pictures of like my life, my dad's life, and my mom's life, and sister, and half brothers and sisters growing up. It's kind of odd, actually.
That you're dining amongst the
I
family
like to go
photo
there,
album.
Tim, and then I say, look, it's the great one. And they're like, it's Joe Buck. I'm like, no. Wayne Gretzky is behind him over there. It's unbelievable.
People watching pretty good at that place.
Yeah, it is.
It is. It's nice. A nice time. Nice time.
Joe-
Last night, good night to be on the patio. Go ahead, Tim. Go.
No, I apologize. This one's so important, and I hope we're not airing private business publicly. Has Joe bought his season pass to Raging Rivers yet? That's from a new bowl
that's
eligible.
fair.
Well, that's a great question. And if you're going to get one, you got to get it now because they'll do a discount the earlier you get it. You don't want to be a walk-up customer at Raging Rivers. So I'm actually I bought a decade pass. It's something that they introduced 2 years ago
for the boys. What a treat!
I've got 8 years left, and in many ways, but 8 years left at Raging Rivers. So great question.
Decade pass. Tim, do you enjoy the fact that when I asked producer Joe to come on the show for Jackson's birthday, he said, tomorrow's no good, it's going to be crazy busy. And then Joe Buck, legendary announcer, was like, sure. But Joe Pelusi
sets terms.
And then he said, okay, I can do it if I can promote Easy Pass for downtown parking. I'm like, oh, my God. That's how we...
He's coming with requests.
Yeah, terms.
Terms. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy to come on. I'm bored. We're about to go to spring break and then head to New York, as you said, to do this Yankee game. I'm going to know so much about the Yankees. And I was listening to, was it 2 days ago? You had
Ed Herman.
Yes, of course. Ed Herman and his son.
Yeah. Brody was in.
Break, breaking down the Yankees and making trades like I used to field when I was doing
Sports Open Line
service, Sports Open Line at KMOV back in the day.
You would take trade proposals on at your service.
Yes.
That was a Bob Hardy vehicle, I think.
Bob Hardy and Joe Buck will take your at your service. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I was thinking they could package. They could package Jamie. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
You go. People want to hear you.
This is way inside, but I was so bad at running the board. Now here I am, the irony of it all, picking the Mount Rushmore for producers. But at KMOV actually had to run the board, which for listeners means you turn on microphones, you bring callers on the air, whatever it is. And I was doing my Joel Bushbaum show one night at KMOX. And so I have his phone line pressed down. And at one point, Costas called in, but off the air. He just wanted to talk to me. And he was kind of making Joel Bush. Do you do a Joel Bushbaum, Martin?
A little bit. My favorite part of Bushbaum, and for people who don't remember, he was a
the linebacker who runs a 4-5.
Yep.
And
nasally East Coast, but he would get excited. He would have a point. The thing about the Chargers is they don't run the ball. They don't run the. He would get like really elevated out of nowhere.
Yeah. It was. Anyway, so he's on. I'm interviewing him. Costas calls. I answer the phone. I don't know that it's Bob. I press his line down. I'm talking. This is during a commercial. And Bob starts doing the Bushbaum voice.
Bobby does bits.
Yes. And then he hangs up, and I realize that I've joined the two phone calls together. So Bushbaum heard Costas doing the Bushbaum voice to me, and we were laughing. And so then Bob hangs up, and in the next commercial break, I was like, hey, Bob called during the last commercial break, and Bushbaum goes, I heard it.
I sounded heartbroken.
Oh, no.
Then I had to call Bob and go, hey, I'm an idiot. I joined your call, so Bushbaum knows you were doing his voice. And whatever. I don't know why I'm walking down memory lane.
That's a pretty good screw up, though. And I can hear Bob. Joe, by way of full explanation, that was not meant to be a shared call with Mr. Bushbaum.
Exactly.
And you're like,
That's
I'm
exactly
sorry,
right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Bushbaum, very respected person in the NFL world. Belichick went to his funeral, which tells you all you need to know about how much people respected his opinion.
So Joe is kind of a hypocrite. I mean, he's yelling at Jackson for feedback in his ear, and this guy put Costas and Bushbaum together. I mean, let's just clear the air here.
No. It's weak. I have a weak act.
Clip that off. Joe, final one for you. Can you congratulate Joe on getting over the hump and winning the member this past year?
Oh, wow.
Congratulations on that. That had to be a momentous accomplishment.
Oh, yeah. I did. Yeah, we did. And my partner, Billy DeWitt. Billy DeWitt and I took the two-man. We took down all the other people at St. Louis Country Club. In fact, I sprained my ankle pretty badly. At one point, I couldn't make the match. And to prove how irrelevant I was in this tandem, Billy actually beat the other two guys by himself.
Oh, really? My goodness.
Is he a scratch golfer?
Yeah.
Is he scratch?
Yeah, he's a really good player, and we're giving shots because our handicaps are low enough where we're just giving shots all day. But somehow we survived the gauntlet and won. And I would mix in my little comments about the Cardinals and their roster building and everything else while we were walking. And
not during his
morning. Billy was able to concentrate and make putts. But I'm like, Billy, what the hell is going on? Yeah, but. Anyway, we can save that for another day.
Congratulations.
Hop on the card, and Billy's like, so did you really say we're sitting this one out?
Believe me, I did say that, and then have to play in a match that was like, did he hear me say that? But, whatever.
Maybe it's what fired him up and drove him to glory and taking on two competitors. That's outstanding.
Forced the Phil Maton signing.
Mayton.
Oh, gosh, we got to get that right.
Mayton.
Joe, thanks for dropping by and celebrating what is a glorious 27th birthday for Jackson Burkett.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Thank you, Joe. Gracias.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, guys. Goodbye.
Bye, Joe.
This is Joe Buck dropping by the program for this Jackson Burkett birthday gala and revisiting an unfortunate incident with Joel Bushbaum and Bob Costas.
I really like that.
Yeah, how about that? And being struck by a foul ball hit by Pete Rose.
God.
Doug, if you would have been watching that broadcast, you would have been laughing uproariously at 7-year-old Joe Buck.
I would have, but the plastic helmet saved him.
Kwame Voyukas IV. Martin, you've been sideways with him. How about this? I have to tip my cap to Martin. He's having a big show today. He's finally meeting the standards.
Okay.
Backhand.
What standard was set?
I kind of was wondering that as I was reading it.
Was it Sea Monster, Iggy, Jackson?
Sea Monster, maybe.
I felt like you weren't getting on the Mount Rushmore. I was getting worried because he got to 3, and then he said, Iggy count? And then I'm like, that's 4.
Yeah.
But then he said they were breaking granite on your behalf.
Despite my young age, I think I'm one of the more tenured producers on the program.
Wow.
5 years.
Doug, I know you keep track of the number of years of...
I don't.
Gangster P was only like 2 or 3.
2018, I think he got hit by the gift card bandit, and that was enough for him.
Seymour, like 14 to 18-ish?
Doug, was Seymour 14?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Joe was like a decade, so obviously.
Joe was a decade,
not getting there.
Non-gay didn't get in there?
Oh,
Conley was never really...
producer type.
He was more of an intern.
Operation.
Willie Springer never made the list?
He was a year-ish, and then he started to work with Ron Jacober. Is that correct, Mark?
And getting berated. I was going to ask Joe if he ever got berated by Ron. Well, Joe, you put the wrong button on. That's what you should have tried. Your dad put you in there and you weren't ready. Like, Willie would get berated because Ron would punch up the button. Let's go. This is Fred and Fenton. Fred, go ahead. Oh, hi. No, this is Steven Sullivan. Like, Willie, you've got a marked wrong. I would like Willie to come on. Who texts in? Is it Alan Dade? Well, somebody worked there. and said it's dead on because Willie,
is that right?
Yeah, and I love Ron. He's great. But Willie would just get obliterated on the air. Like if we just skewered Jackson. Well, actually, we do. So it's,
Yeah, but it's all in love. There's all love.
Comes with the job.
The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves wants to join producer Joe and Joe Buck on this birthday gala. He wants to call in.
He knows the number.
Oh wow!
I don't mean to like say it like call in big man, but like
call in big man.
No, he texted me earlier today. He said, "Happy birthday, boy pig."
Happy birthday, boy pig. Is that something that Hallmark does?
Yeah. It's a gift option.
Boy pig section now.
Flip that off.
I appreciated Joe's
At
birthday.
Walgreens, it says boy pig.
I appreciated Joe's birthday shout out because even though you really didn't accomplish anything,
That's right.
He said happy birthday at the beginning. Producer Joe didn't say happy birthday until the very last second of his phone call.
Joe had like talking points for Easy Pass. Joe Pelusi.
He's like, no, happy birthday.
Seriously,
I was sitting at home going, how come Pelusi can't come on, but Joe Buck can? And then Pelusi's like, okay, fine, it's got to be early.
I got a plug.
Well, sometimes it is harder if you're not at the top of the pecking order. Harder to get time off and do things.
Well, okay.
Well, I thank both the gentlemen for calling. That's very kind. And thank you, Martin, for lining that up. That's awesome.
Yeah, I know all that remains, and this is not a Craig Melvin show, Doug, where we just celebrate Craig for 3 days in a row. I have some drops for you. We can burn through if you want to just finish the birthday, or we can wait till later. It's up to you. What should we have? Joe at least took us in a new direction, so it wasn't just all birthday. Let's
take a break, and then we'll recollect.
There you go.
Recollect. Tim, we're going to recollect.
We are going to recollect. I like that term. Attention business owners, when Doug's wearing the hot take mittens, did you know that fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. It doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the birthday gala program. Joe Buck with us in this segment. Producer Joe in the 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Jackson,
What kind of damn
reflecting.
music is this?
This is "My Sweet Lord" by George Harrison.
I know.
You just got talked down to, and you didn't even know it.
Well, you're like acting
Doesn't
like
fit the program. I know what it is.
Scrub.
It's one of the greatest songs of all time, but it really doesn't fit the program.
My favorite song ever.
Is it?
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Wow, I didn't know that.
"My Sweet Lord." Yep, my favorite song ever.
And may I ask why? I mean, of course, songs they suit your brain and what you're into. That's why "Freak Me" by Silk is mine.
Of course.
But why does this song do it for you?
Just that opening guitar riff always makes me happy. Like it's a song that sometimes on your worst days you listen to some music. "My Sweet Lord" always puts me in a good place.
Is this about Hare Krishna? Is that what this is?
Yeah, there's kind of a zen to this.
Yeah, it's
Doug, what's your favorite song?
very.
I don't know that I
question.
have one.
Mine's probably Car Wash.
"Pony" by Genuine.
Yeah, I would think that's got to be on your Mount Rushmore.
Glowworms near the top.
Yeah,
for
the Mills
me.
Brothers, Martin.
Mills Brothers.
Doug loves the Mills Brothers.
You sit outside on the porch yesterday, Doug, just stare out
I
into
didn't,
space.
but we got a couple Cardinals out there at the bird feeder
nice.
now. Hello.
Oh, it's happening
They
for
found
you.
it. They found the bird
And
seed.
you think that's in honor of the Mayton signing?
It could well have been a
12 and 25.
Like if Joe got mad, we kept saying Maton. He's like, Mayton.
That was great. We actually got the information. And the thing is...
That's why Joe called in to correct our Phil Mayton pronunciation.
For those of you just joining us, Joe Buck with us for about 20, 25 minutes in the previous segment. You can go back and podcast it. I'd recommend doing so. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast on 101 ESPN. That is Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you know how to spell it?
I do.
If you do.
Schaefer, Schaefer, one F.
And they've been to your place to save the day with your garage,
A couple
right?
times they've been out there.
You must have a real bad garage door situation.
Well, I got an older garage door. It's almost 30 years old now, 26 or 7, I guess, to be exact. And I thought I was going to have to replace it, so I called Jason Gosrow, and he came out there, and he said, no, you don't need to replace the whole thing. You just need a strut. And that's what they put on my door, was a strut. And now it works perfectly, quiet and perfect. They got all the answers at Schaefer Door, that's for sure. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and versatile. And if you run a business or warehouse and have those big, giant garage doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. There's nothing you can throw at them with a garage door that they won't have the answer for. They also have that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. So you ought to put the Schaefer name on maybe a Post-it note and put it right by that button that opens the garage door so you'll know exactly who to call if you have problems. Here's the number. I'll give you that. Maybe you can remember it. I don't know. 636-782-3608. I'll say it again. 636-782-3608. Their website is SchaeferDoor.com, and Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
That's the sponsor of the podcast on TMA. Producer Joe, longtime producer of TMA, 2004 to 2013, was with us in the 7 o'clock hour, and Joe Buck with us in the 8 o'clock hour. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. You're welcome to call in and celebrate Jackson Bennett Burkett's 27th birthday, 314-974-0101. You can text in birthday wishes as well, 314-399-9646, and email them in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. And Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up, and that's 9:30. 9:30 with us. Doug, I've gotten texts here, people asking for my play at the Players. I love the Players. Here is my play. Honestly, I like it so much, I didn't want to give it in advance of it, but I have bet it. I bet him his first-round leader. I bet him to win it. I bet him top 5. I bet him top 10.
Who is it?
And most people probably have no idea who he is, but I have no problem with that because, again, I'm not in the business of winning people over. Matter of fact, I like that you hate me.
Oh, gosh.
Alex Smalley is my play.
Well, he's already -2.
Alex Smalley, and that's good news because that would be a really nice hit if he were to be the first-round leader or if he were to win the thing. But this guy has been playing incredibly well, and nobody really knows about him unless you really follow the game. Of course, Scotty Scheffler is an obvious choice and could very well win the thing. But as far as value goes, top 5, top 10, those kinds of things, Alex Smalley.
I wonder if he's
Jordan
related-
Spieth is leading it right now.
Yeah, tied with Hostler. I wonder if Smalley is related to former Minnesota Twin, also All-Star shortstop Roy Smalley.
Switch hitter, Doug? I think he was powerful hitting
so.
shortstop.
Yeah, he was a good player.
Gene Mauch his uncle?
Huh.
I believe that's right.
Yeah.
Scott Piercy at 50-1.
How about that? Jackson, Mike Fragoncesa. Scott
Tim, did this event used to be later in the year?
It was,
Like
and
in
they
May?
moved it. The last PGA championship that was in August was here in St. Louis at Belle Reve, but they wanted to get away from the PGA being in August because places like St. Louis were so damn hot, and they moved it up, and then that meant they moved the players from May to March.
Okay, so the PGA being in May affected the players
because the players used to be in May.
Okay.
Which is nice now because now there's like a major tournament, major being the not necessarily one of the 4 majors, but like a big tournament in every month that it's, nice weather.
That's
March,
correct.
April, May.
And I think it also, depending on your perspective, the course is going to be usually softer because they'll get a little more rain at this time of year. They also did rye overseed in 2019, which made the conditions a little more friendly. But, Doug, you're always at the mercy of the wind down there in Florida, and the wind is expected to kick up a little this afternoon, so players going out right now, advantageous. For those of you who are degenerate gamblers. Speaking of degenerate gamblers, oh my goodness, this is your time of year. College basketball conference tournaments. And then Selection Sunday with the NCAA tournament getting underway. I still say a week from today, but I guess realistically it starts, Tuesday?
Yeah,
right?
first 4.
First 4.
Yep.
And that could matter locally with the
For
Cougars.
sure, yeah.
SIUE probably playing in one of those games. Just a matter of where. Joe Lenduardi, though, Doug, already can tell us they would be in the same bracket as War Dam, Eagle, and Bruce Pohl.
Well, he doesn't have the final say.
If Missouri can get past Mississippi State tonight, they are 3.5-point favorites. A team they beat the hell out of in Starkville. But Illinois playing Iowa, they beat the hell out of them recently as well. Illinois an 11-point favorite. Missouri would have to go through Florida. Very good chance then they would have to go through Roll Dam Tide on Saturday and then follow that up with War Dam Eagle possibly to win the SEC championship.
Okay.
And as Joe Lenardi was telling Scott Van Pelt, the committee basically has the bracket set on Friday night. So you can beat these teams and it means nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
How about Kansas last night struggling to beat Central Florida?
I was watching that game.
What's going on with Rock Chalk?
Rock Chalk's terrible. The floor was worse.
The floor is awful at the Big 12 tournament. It makes no sense. I don't get it at all. But UCF is bad.
It looked like they were playing on glass almost.
Yeah, it's like a go-yard bag. It looks ridiculous.
I'm sorry, what?
It's tough to explain. It's a
wow. You just got talked down to.
Yeah.
It's a French. They make like luxury items.
You wouldn't know anything about that.
I wouldn't know. I just brought in some damn quiche for you.
And it's appreciative. And it got producer Joe and Joe Buck on.
Go Yard.
That's what it looks like. But UCF is not good. They were without their best player, and Rock Chalk had to go to overtime with them.
It was a struggle. I kept thinking, okay, now they got him. They're like, oh, no, it's still in it. Oh, still in it.
Yeah.
A really nice hardwood basketball floor is a beautiful sight. Why do they mess with that?
Usually, Doug, we're not in lockstep on some of these things, but we are fully in lockstep on this one.
You don't have to overcomplicate
It was the
things.
Roman numeral 12, over and over and over. And if you stared at it, you might just get hypnotized.
Yeah, it's like one of those 3D art paintings where you have to cross your eyes.
Like a go-yard.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, full circle.
It's kind of like the Boise State football field. I can't watch it.
Yeah.
The blue field.
Does it make you nauseous?
I don't want to see the game.
It was cute 15 years ago, and now it's like, all right, let's move on. But yeah, I agree. A good, polished hardwood basketball court is awesome, and it doesn't need you don't need to overthink it.
No. Yeah.
I'm amazed how many fans go to conference tournament games. They were cutting to fans in agony. I'm like, it's only a conference tournament game. They're cutting to fans in despair, and there's packed houses. I'm like, wow, people pack up and go just for that.
I said this at the tail end of the program. We were debating, my family, we were supposed to go down to Jupiter. Just me and my wife went when we were down there for spring training 3-4 weeks ago. Going to go down there, had some things happen. My father-in-law suffered an injury. He's fine. God bless, loyal listener of the program. And so kind of altered our plans. Anyway, I was thinking, okay, maybe we'll go to Hilton Head. I'll drive down there, just go with my wife and my 2 boys. That's a bit of a haul driving. But then we could have stopped in Nashville for the SEC tournament. And I thought to myself, I'm going down there, and just in the whole scheme of things, I'm kind of going to an exhibition game. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm thinking.
It's so weird, and that's what I was talking about with Lenardi, talking about the committee sets the brackets on Friday night. I certainly would pull for Missouri on Saturday or Sunday, but if they were to win or lose, my emotional impact one way or the other will be so minimal versus a week from today or tomorrow when they play the game that actually does matter. I think John Calipari said yesterday after Arkansas had problems with South Carolina and eventually won, but he said, I would come here and kind of not want to win.
Yeah, he said actually
when he was coaching Kentucky.
In the lead up to that, that was before the game. He was saying that. Yeah, he said I don't care about the conference tournament. I care about, and he's like, somehow that gives us more success. He's kind of saying things where the opposite is true, but he's like, no, this is how it works for me.
You're talking Coach Cal, right?
Yeah, because they were up 3 last night.
I was going to ask you about
trying to miss the free. He's like, he told his guy to miss the free throw 2.5 seconds.
What was that about?
I think it's one of two things. I think it's just, I actually think it's him sticking up for his player, like taking the fall for a player who brutally missed a free throw, or I'm sorry, like banked in a free throw, struggled from the line. And it's like, I'll fall on the sword. It makes no logical sense to be up 3 and miss a free throw on purpose with 2.5 seconds left. There's no logic to that. But he's like, I do unconventional things.
So he just was taking the heat off the player.
Maybe.
Because there's no logic in it.
There's absolutely no logic to it.
It made no sense.
It makes no sense.
But if they're setting the brackets on a Friday, that's probably fair and makes sense. These teams have played 31 games already. You should judge their seeding based on that, not on 1 or 2 conference tournament games.
So you are agreeing that by Friday you kind of already know who they are.
You should, yeah.
But I feel like
if I mean, just using Missouri as an example, considering they play 2, Alabama will be a 1 or 2 seed?
Probably 1 after that win at Auburn.
And so if Missouri were to be 2 number 1 seeds Saturday and Sunday, they're where they are on Friday night after beating Mississippi State.
Well, there are rare exceptions of the team that wins a tournament that otherwise wasn't going to get in, or someone on a bubble gets in. Those rare exceptions you can make changes, but for the most part, for the overwhelming majority of it, the teams have already deserved the seedings that they have.
I think your 1s and your 2s, but like a Missouri, to me, they have a wide delta. I mean, if they make a run in Nashville, I might say, well, they feel like a 6 seed. And then they bow out today, I'd say, kind of feel like an 8 seed. I think there's room. I guess by Friday night, they will have played 2 games.
Yeah.
But I do think there should be a little bit of.
Yeah, I mean, if you make that run, if you beat Florida and Bama alone, even if you lose to Auburn in finals, you won 3 games in 3 days. I think that's a worthy of bumping up a seed or 2.
SLU Davidson, 1 o'clock. Iowa, Illinois. That's actually a 5:30 tip.
Is it not a 6:30 tip?
I think it's 6:30 Eastern.
Oh, okay.
That's 5:30 local. Mizzou, Mississippi State at 6 o'clock. Blues, Penguins.
Right here on 101 ESPN, 6 o'clock. Pregame, 5 p.m. I mean, you just can't ask for much more. It's just it's a glorious time of year. Weather in St. Louis could be rough tomorrow and on Saturday. Thunderstorms expected to hit the area. And, hey, you know what? Settle in. Got plenty to watch. Nothing wrong with that at all. It is a great time of year for sports. And then once the NCAA tournament comes to a conclusion, the players comes to a conclusion, then you got the Stanley Cup playoffs and the Masters. And, of course, baseball gets underway 2 weeks from today. The Post-Dispatch had an article yesterday on the fact that opening day tickets were still available. That's something that the Business Journal had an article on 2 weeks ago. And a friend of the program, Anouk, Karunatni, that's it.
Yeah, there you go.
Was sitting in this here chair a week or 2 ago.
He was quoted in the article and saying the tickets have been moving quickly in the last couple of days. I don't know if that's because people are like, the weather. You think that's what it is, Jackson? That you just
I just think the closer and closer you get to it, the closer people are like, I can take off. Like, people sometimes don't want to take a day off of work if they don't know their schedule for work. And as their schedule becomes more and more open up, it's like, you know what, I could take off for work, and tickets are
Gets
affordable.
a little closer. You're like, I kind of want to go.
Yeah, I think
it's like an unofficial holiday. And Anouk Karunatni, the Cardinals senior vice president of business operations, said we're on pace for it to be a full ballpark.
Yeah, and with the weather getting nicer too. I mean, you step outside any of the last 3 days in the afternoon, it's like, I kind of want to be here forever.
In late February, as many as 13,000 seats were open at Busch Stadium, which has a 46,000 seat capacity. But he said availability continues to drop as opening day nears. And on Monday this week to Tuesday, 1,000 tickets were sold.
The Phil Maton signing should guarantee a sellout.
I kind of agree with that. That should guarantee.
We can bring him in to get a couple of hitters out in the 7th inning. That'll bring in thousands of people.
It's so much about the weather, though, for opening day in part.
And I will say, we're making fun of the Maton signing. They are good at these weird I'm not carrying rights.
Yeah.
I did send you guys a picture last week of me in a Cardinal uniform throwing a baseball.
That was an alarming image to
My
receive.
own baseball card. It was a Fox thing one year. We all got baseball cards, and it looked like we were on the team. But they do find whether it's Ryan Fernandez, Kittredge, even the trade where they threw in Gio Gonzalez, they've been good at
Brett
this.
Cecil.
Well, not him.
No.
Oh, my gosh. Listen to this guy.
Martin, I see Joe Buck has sent us a screenshot of the pronunciation.
I think he's sideways with us for not getting it.
Maton, pronounced M-A-Y. Doug, that's in caps to convey the pronunciation, and then the dash with T-A-H-N. Maton.
Got it.
If it's we went to the Google pronouncer, I hit play, and it said Maton.
Yep.
I think if we could, for the sake of Youngry Birds, we might have to call him Mattoon so that it rhymes with pontoon.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Really nice.
Have to work it all again.
Sherman had a good point. He texted me. His middle name is Louis or Lewis. Is it Lewis?
Oh, Doug. It makes sense now.
Well, then if you were to kind of mess with the pronunciation of his last name, speaking of Goyard, it would be Louis Maton.
Oh, that's so nice.
I liked it, Chairman. I thought it was good. I thought it was a good thought.
Thank you. Louis Maton. Well, all this TV to watch today and over the weekend. And wouldn't you know, this morning I heard a report on CBS News that if you watch more than 2 hours of TV a day, you're more likely to have a heart attack or other serious health issues.
Going to pounce on this.
That's what they said.
Seriously?
What?
So I just want to stay alive.
Like break a Pop-Tart out.
This sounds like
lecture us.
it's a Channel 4 rating scare.
It wasn't Channel 4.
Except it wouldn't serve them well.
CBS Radio News.
If you watch too much TV other than Channel 4, you may die.
Good
If you
voiceover.
watch too much of the two Fox.
2 hours, that's supposed to be the limit for a day. You can't hardly get through a game.
Not in the SEC again.
There's that mainstream media trying to kill big sports.
Fake news.
Kill big sports.
Big sport. Just settle in. Watch the old 2 Fox. Watch your favorite sport. Just flip on around.
You got tournament. You got the players. Got the Blues. What else could you ask for?
Edwardsville, they said CBS is putting a camera there on Sunday to watch the Cougars react, which is great.
Oh, nice.
They'll get a little national
Super
hub
cool.
for
Yeah,
the reaction.
that's always the best part of Selection Sunday is
love
watching
it.
the teams react.
And for fans listening or people that live in the Edwardsville area, it is a big open party. So turn out if you can. Show some support. For the
That's awesome.
Cougs.
God bless America. Coach Baroni with us on Tuesday here on the program. You can go back and podcast anything. You can go back and re-watch at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, boy, a day like today, a Thursday, beautiful weather. Get out on the golf course and enjoy a Michelob Ultra or two with some compadres. What else could you ask for? Superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, the official sponsor of the YouTube chat. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Need to grab some quiche for a radio producer? Swing by your neighborhood Schnucks. Need a random item like a little miniature tiger for a radio producer? Stop by your neighborhood Schnucks. That's the deal. There's a guarantee there's one in your neighborhood. Even better right now with the prices going up on almost everything. Schnucks is doing their part. They have lowered prices on over 2,300 items, whether it's the family pack of Tyson chicken, Stoke cold brew. I should have brought Jackson a Stoke cold brew. The Chobani yogurt tubs, all of these are included in the 2,300 items. So whatever's on your list, I guarantee something has been marked down. You can also check out the digital shelf tags around the store, finding tons more items, all prices marked down. Schnucks doing their best to help you when you make that trip to the grocery store, not only the neighborhood-friendly store, but also saving you as much money as they can. It's everyday savings that you can count on. Make sure you've got the rewards when you check out. You get points and money back for shopping at Schnucks. All of this at your local neighborhood Schnucks. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items.
Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They're young, great.
Got to get on straight.
Oh yeah, boy. They young, great. They young.
Big Scott, that's our guy. He's on fire. He had one of those 2 hits yesterday, Doug.
Not in the lineup today, though, Martin.
You don't really need to waste the hits in spring, so they only did 2 yesterday. They're saving them.
Yeah.
Wynn, Newtbar, Contreras, Donovan, Herrera, Burleson, Gorman, Sagasi, and Ciani. No Vic Scott today. Steven Matz on the mound. Cardinals and Astros in West Palm today.
Right. Ciani, he looks like a blood alcohol reading. It's like he's like .003
He's
or
hitting
something.
He's hitting 36.
36, thank you.
Gosh, that's just
not great.
I don't care how good a defensive outfielder you are. You have to be an offensive player as an outfielder.
Working on things?
Yeah, he's working his way back to Memphis is what he's working on.
Mark Hanna works for you at Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA, online at evergreenstl.com. Already joined in the program for producer Joe, joining Jackson for his 27th birthday at 7:15, and Joe Buck also joining us in the 8 o'clock hour for Jackson's birthday. Go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's all there for you on the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, which are brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Bernie Federko coming up at 9 o'clock. Martin, you have some. What do you have here?
Fun with audio. So it's Jackson's birthday. We had a couple of guests call in, and some just did like little mic drops for me. And so you have 3 total. Do you have Mark? Can you go to number 3 first,
Okay,
Jackson?
pull that up.
Jackson, I don't know if you found him already. I hid him in yesterday's audio fun folder.
I got him.
So you should
Thank
have
you.
1, 2, and 3. Let's hear number 3, please.
Okay.
Hey, Jackson, this is Kim Kilcoyne. Hope you're doing okay.
My gosh.
Happy birthday. I was just wanting to make sure that Martin didn't give you any old gift cards that he has sitting around from 590.
Oh, boy.
He has been known to do that. So if that happens, please let me know, and I will make sure that it's you a decent gift card or gift. Anyway, I love you on the air, and I get really rattled when these guys give you a time. So I hope they don't give you too hard of a time on your birthday. Anyway, love to listen to you, buddy, and happy birthday.
Oh, wow. Did she drop a swear word in there? I think she said when they give you a
profanity.
I thought she said give
dropped
you
herself.
I think actually the phone just kind of cut out, and
Oh,
she
my
was
God.
concerned. She said, "Those gift cards, Jackson, got a little bit of a balance there." Let's see here. Let's go with number 2.
Okay.
Hey, Jackson, this is Coach Irons from the mighty Vashon High School. I know that you went to Ladue. I want to wish you a happy birthday. However, if you wanted a state championship, we got 10 of them, we will give you one. However, if you had come to Vashon like I told you to, you'd have had a 7 under your belt. But I still want to wish you a happy birthday and many more to come. Again, this is Coach Irons. And by the way, I know you love Mizzou. I'm down here in Nashville at the SEC tournament, and I'm going to wish Mizzou on. I heard also that you might be going to Mizzou. You were offered a scholarship. Congratulations.
Congratulations on that scholarship.
He's under the impression that you're a real player.
Yeah.
I am a real player.
Still at Ladue.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Again, this is Coach Irons. He resets.
I love it.
You got to reset.
You
That's
got to
awesome.
reset
That's awesome.
within the
Thank you.
FOCO.
Kim
which
and Coach Irons.
the
Thank you
old
so much.
resets we would do, and Joe Buck would say, "Stop saying my name." Joe Buck joined. Stop saying that. And then I think we have a third. Yeah, number 1. We will play third.
Jackson, what's going on? This is Josh Schertz, head coach of St. Louis University. Just wanted to call and wish you a happy birthday. Heard that you were offered a scholarship by Missouri here. And upon hearing that news, I've actually reached out to Coach Gates and trying to get a best-of-7 series for next year to play, alternating home and road. But with you on the team, we'd even just play all 7 down in Columbia. But wishing you your best ever trip around the sun, man. Hope all's well. We'll talk to you soon. Have a wonderful birthday. Take care.
Oh, my God.
Coach, it's
so good. Martin, thank you so much. Shirts. That's incredible.
Could have gone to
That's
unbelievable.
Yeah. So, that's SIUE sent an offer over. Wow. Missouri.
No offer from SLU.
Yeah, he didn't seem to offer. He seemed to want to go head-to-head.
Yeah.
Like to manage against you. Like to manage against you.
I respect the way you got to allocate resources correctly. He knows where my heart lies. But still, to
can't afford you.
Send that, of
Yeah,
course,
it's NIL.
That's right. So thank you. That's awesome. All 3. Just outstanding.
Well, and my wife, Kim, really does get upset. She goes, I don't like when they all pick on Jen. They say terrible things. It really upsets her. And I said, well, let's put it into a voicemail.
That's awesome.
Coach Irons, I think he thinks you're in high school going to Mizzou, but that's okay. So then Shirt said, I'll text it to you or I'll call. I texted and said, I'll call and leave your voicemail. So then later I was trying to send stuff to Kurt. And then I sent him all the voicemails. Then I was trying to play them back to myself. I just wanted to make sure I was good with everything. And it's like 10:30 last night. I realized I called Shirts, and now it's 11:30 in D.C.
Oh, God.
And you know how that little button, you can play it out loud. It amplifies your voice.
Right.
And the one next to it is callback. I accidentally called Coach Shirts after he'd already done us the solid. And then I just immediately hung up and texted, sorry, I didn't mean to call. And he always does the thumbs up, whatever. He's on his phone constantly.
Yeah.
Getting ready, looking at Davidson game film.
So now you've called Josh Shirts at 11:30, and then was it Robbie Avila in the middle of a game once?
In the middle of a game.
When we were down in Florida.
Guys, Martin should have gotten a voicemail from Hadley. That is from Daddy Padre, which is exciting to have the Blues goalie listening
He's
to
not
us.
the Blues goalie.
That is exciting.
Listen here, big boy. This is a big day for you. Here's what we're going to do today. We're going to give you a big raise, okay? But later in the day, I'm going to have to give you a pay cut, okay? So it's going to be kind of a rough ride. But that's all right. We'll go out later with the gift card.
It would have been like a week later. It would have been like a week. He would have realized his mistake. And then
Not sure how much. I'm not sure what the balance is on this car. Let me get a couple of things to go first.
Well, as is the case, somebody is not happy.
Oh, no.
With that voicemail. Josh Shirts needs to coach the team instead of calling into radio stations. That's from Cowboy God 45 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube.
That's my favorite part of Twitter is like anytime an athlete tweets anything, it's like, get in the gym, loser. Meanwhile, the person, hasn't seen their feet in 6 years.
Did you just fat shame social media users?
I'm just imagining what that person would look like who would say such a thing.
I saw yesterday. Did you see this yesterday? And at first I thought it might be like fake or was taken out of context. So Rory McIlroy is playing practice round on 7. Do we have audio? I mean, there really wouldn't be no reason for audio. So he hits a shot on 17, the island green at the Players, and hits it in the water. I mean, it's a practice round. It doesn't matter. So some, I don't know.
Schlepper.
Yes. I mean, probably, I would guess, in his late teens, early 20s, yells out. Again, this is during a practice round. I mean, he might be like, I'm going to work on a, different shot, ball flight, whatever. And he goes, and he's holding his phone up so he can get it on social media, get you likes. Yeah. And goes, just like 2011 at Augusta, Rory. Rory walks over and just goes, hey, can I have your phone? And then just grabs his phone and then walks away. takes the phone.
I was so confused by
because the goal, I'm sure he had thought, okay, I know what I'm going to do when this stuff happens, and I'll compartmentalize the emotion of it. I take the phone. That way he not only, he's the mark, but in addition, then he doesn't get his big moment where he was going to post that and it was going to be his like bait for, the fellow incels.
Right, 100%. I was so confused by it because the way he took the phone, the person who took it was like, just let him take it. Like there was no fight in him. And then Rory started walking away with it. I was like, what? The way I thought of it was like maybe that the person was like actually behind who Rory took the phone, because it looked like he took his own phone because he started looking at it and the person just like gave it to him. It was so weird. I was so confused by it all.
So did he give it back?
I don't know. The video ends. Rory's like
kind
walking.
Of a good move, though.
Walking towards the green.
Now, some in the Hilljack community, the word is That's soft, Rory's soft, as if the incels are supposed to have the ability, like they're invincible. They can't be, there can't be any retribution from,
or you make
toward
a lot
the
of
incel.
money, that therefore you have to be allowed to be treated like garbage. Yeah,
F
weak.
that.
Yeah, big time. Agreed. But yeah, that was very confusing. Did you watch any of the YouTube golfers?
I wanted to watch it, but I had some stuff going on and I wasn't able to watch it.
Yeah, my boy Fat Perez hit like an 80-foot putt on 17 for
To
birdie.
win?
But for birdie, hit a clean Euro step after it.
Did you call him Fat Perez?
That's
What
his.
about the clean Euro step after? You missed that part,
Yeah, I
Doug.
did.
That's his like YouTube name is Fat Perez because he kind of looks like Pat Perez, but he's really fat. Oh, but boy, can he hit a wedge!
Wow, Jackson, you just got a birthday wish. I know you don't really know much about the St. Louis Blues, but how about this? Also, happy birthday, Jackson, from our team, the St. Louis Blues, to you. That's from Daddy Padre.
Oh, nice.
How about
From
that?
It's not his team. He's not on the team. He never was on the team. He was an
behalf of the
emergency
Blues.
goalie who
No.
sat in section 350
that
and
feels
never
good,
got
though.
in a game.
That feels good. It's good. You know,
Boy, that's awesome.
that might get me to tune in.
I wonder if Mayton will call in?
He should.
Mattoon?
Show a record. Yeah, I don't see why not. Victor Scott came on the show. He can't stop himself from hitting.
That is true. There is a bump.
Don't worry,
Dennis Gates.
Siani was on the show, too.
Yeah, but that was we weren't on the air at that time.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Or Hellman.
Bernie Federko's at 9:30.
30, yep.
9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is at 10:50, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Who doesn't want to hop on a plane and go somewhere warm, whether it's in the middle of March, the middle of the summer? The place to do it is Mid-America St. Louis Airport, located in Mascoutah, Illinois. FlyMidAmerica.com is the website. We're talking about 7 Florida destinations, trips to Vegas, trips to Hilton Head. They added Knoxville last year for Mizzou fans trying to get down there for a game. It's a great spot in Mascoutah, Illinois, and it's really convenient. When you fly, there's so many hassles. But when you go to Mid-America St. Louis Airport, less than $10 a day to park. It's about 15 minutes from parking to gate. Think about that. From parking to gate, about 15 minutes, and so many fun Allegiant destinations and really inexpensive flights. So get online, book that trip you've been thinking about for this summer. Take the kids. Going down to Destin, you can spend 13 hours in the car or about an hour and 15 minutes on the plane. Discounts for veterans, convenience, low prices, all of it at one spot. Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book that flight at FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. A statement win last night for the Thunder, 118-112 over the Boston Celtics. That clinches a playoff spot for the OKC Thunder, and that's 60 straight games with 20-plus points for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Is this your second favorite song? Is that what's going on?
It's by my favorite artist, Mac Miller.
Did I just hear a curse
I
word?
dumped it. My bad. It's the clean version. I don't know why.
Not that clean.
How will I be explaining this to my kids tonight?
You won't be able to. I can't explain it to mine. They're in their 30s.
How are you going to post something as a clean version and allow that? This is honestly on Apple Music.
You were not taking responsibility.
Well, I guess I have
This
to.
is broadcast radio.
Who's all right. I dumped it.
Mac Miller. May he rest in peace. Ariana Grande's gentleman caller for 2 years, was it, Doug?
I don't know how long he called. So he must have been young, huh?
Yeah, he was 26 when he died.
What
Is
happened
your
to him?
favorite artist?
Overdose. Yes, my favorite artist. Certainly the most I've ever, listened to.
And next to me, your favorite podcaster is Bill Simmons, am I right?
Yeah, tied for first.
Breaking news on Bill Simmons. After speculation that Bill Simmons might depart Spotify when his contract expired early this year, the sports guy is officially sticking around. According to a report from Bloomberg, Simmons revealed on Wednesday that he and his sports and pop culture brand, The Ringer, will continue to partner with the Swedish audio giant Spotify. Quote, I've been in enough work situations at this point that you just kind of know when you're in the right spot, Simmons said. In a statement, he signed with Spotify in 2020 for a deal worth $250 million. Oh. The Ringer was one of many splashy acquisitions Spotify made in the audio space around that time, including inking exclusive deals with The Joe Rogan Show and Call Her Daddy. I bet they're happy with those deals.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think?
Oh, look at
I mean,
that.
I don't know the revenue on that, but God, I mean, those are three: The Ringer, Rogan, and Call Her Daddy. I mean, those are
Huge
three
brands.
of the biggest.
Yeah. Or podcasting-wise, for sure.
And you were accused of plagiarizing Call Her Daddy, or you accused of plagiarizing
Often.
Ringer?
Yeah, and Rogan, too. I try to credit whenever I do, but whatever. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do? Can't win them all.
No,
Who accused you of this?
People always accuse me of, yeah.
Swope.
Mainly. Mainly Swope.
The Jackson's questions that, Martin, as you've acknowledged, are a little existential, sometimes a little verbose, are actually just taken straight from The Ringer.
No, it's like my movie. They say my movie takes are taken straight from The Ringer, which is fine.
Here's one that's, I think, on a Ripken-esque streak.
Is this the Chinese food again?
Well, that's beyond. Cardinals Corner, it's called. This was from 7-3, which we didn't get to. A lot of talk about two very famous Cardinals wanting to manage in Yachty and Albert. Outside of those two, who are two other Cardinals from the 21st century who you think would make a good marriage? Or good manager, sorry. Good manager. But then...
The first one's hotter.
If you want to answer the first one, feel free.
Also, what are some traits that lead to you to believe someone's a good manager and someone would be a good broadcaster? I'm like, what?
Right at the end, just the breaking ball dropped out of the zone.
Good broadcaster. I thought it was all about a good manager. Also, what are some traits? So we have to pick a Cardinal other than those two. Like Skip Schumacher is obviously doing it. But also, what are some traits that lead you to believe someone is a good manager and someone would be a good broadcaster? Are those related?
No, but I think... Okay. Here's my reasoning, Martin. I think if you see somebody with a lot of charisma, the way they carry themselves, you might think, oh, they'd be a good manager. But then you'd also say to yourself, well, maybe they'd be a really good broadcaster. I want to know the difference.
I don't think Skip Schumacher would necessarily be a great broadcaster.
Right.
I think Skip Schumacher would probably be the first one to say it. I remember, I guess, Doug, it was probably TMA, so it would have been me, you, and the Cat like a decade-ish ago. I think he was still playing. I don't remember. And we really hadn't had him on the show much, if at all. And he called in because I can picture us being at the KFNS studios in Webster Groves. I remember getting off the phone going, God, that guy's like a baseball guy. And so that stood out to me, but not necessarily like as a charismatic. And that's not to say he's not charismatic, not because he's entertaining. Like Wainwright strikes me more as broadcaster than manager. and I guess it's obvious because he is broadcasting, but I think I would have said that anyway. Molina and Pujols, kind of obviously, strike me more as managers than broadcasters, but Schumacher's an obvious one. Who else would be in that?
Matt Holliday, maybe he's a manager. Certainly got a lot out of his two boys. Knows the game, well respected.
Yeah.
I'm confused at the premise. Am I picking a manager or a manager who'd be a good broadcaster?
The first part of the question is talking about which of the Cardinals from the 21st century you think would make a good manager outside of Albert and Yachty. And then if you are to look at traits of a player, what would make you think this player would be a good manager or this player would be a good broadcaster or none of the above?
I think a good manager would be Lance Berkman.
I was going to say
I also think he'd be a good broadcaster.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was thinking that as you were saying it.
I think if you'd be a good broadcaster, you would also think that they'd be a good manager, but not vice versa. That's my take.
A lot of broadcasters become managers.
Yeah.
Joe Torre, Aaron Boone.
Bob Brenly kind of went back and forth between managing and broadcasting.
Yeah. I feel like we're missing an obvious one.
Carlos Beltran was going to be a manager.
Yeah, Beltran would strike me as a great one.
Until they started hitting trash cans with 2x4s.
I hate that he got dinged. He was one of my favorite people to be around. He really was great.
That's another guy that would fall in the category of baseball guy. What I'm trying to think of is a guy like Schumacher, who's obviously a starter at the major league level.
But not a huge name that's kind of...
Right. But it was so clear after that interview, and with all the spring training interviews we've done over the years, like I have no idea what McGreevy's career is going to be like. But that was one within 5 minutes. I'm like, if this guy's career takes, he could be a hell of a broadcaster.
Yeah, sky's the limit.
Well, I think the better he pitches, the more likely is we'll put him in the minors.
Here's one, and I don't know. I know he was pitching last year. I think he's probably kind of toward the end of the road. From a great broadcaster standpoint, relatively obscure, very active in 2014 with the Cardinals, Marco Gonzalez. He was outstanding as an interview, loves the game, great communicator of it. That's an obscure play, but just one to keep an eye on.
As a manager, you need to have a little bit of sandpaper in your game. You have to be willing to pet the cat the wrong way. Well, that might be too much sand, but that's too much grit.
Yeah.
You got to be likable, but still be able to crack the whip.
Guys, what about Carlos Martinez? He knows how to scout good talent on Twitter. Thanks. That's from the 314. No, that's a great observation.
Jose Martinez would have been a good broadcaster. He was funny.
Yeah, he was great.
He was great.
Joe Kelly, another guy who'd be a great broadcaster.
Yeah.
Roland for manager. That's from the 314. He would not be interested in the pre- and post-game media sessions.
Would make for some funny post-game audio.
John Jay, that's from Mahomes' Long Body.
Already on it.
Tim would be a great manager. That's from the Total Package. I never played, though, for the Cardinals. That's the only reason why I think.
But I think you'd command respect in the room.
Schilt never played for the Cardinals either.
I guess you're right. Okay.
That's Tim. Perfect.
What number would you take as manager? I always find that weird. The managers get
have a decimal in front of it.
Oh, God, drop out of that again. It's two dropouts.
Like the meat mill guy.
Like 0.6.
That's offensive. Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up here on the program. He will be with us for our Blues interview. Moved it back today because Joe Buck was with us in the 8 o'clock hour for the Jackson Burkett birthday gala.
What would you give a JB on a scale of 1 to 10?
Scale of 1 to 10 on the surprise guests.
Yeah, well, just the presentation,
the gala so far.
the treatment of
10
you.
out of 10.
Oh, wow.
I truly mean this. Like, it's so awesome to get to come to work and goof around and talk it over with you fellas all day. And so, for this kind of the admiration is just outstanding. I couldn't appreciate it anymore.
How about that? And all you need is a Missouri win over Mississippi State, and your day's complete.
That's just best day ever.
There it is.
But if Mizzou loses and gets knocked out of the NCAA tournament,
we're going to soldier on.
Okay,
we're on to the big dance.
Won't be easy though.
It will not.
Somebody suggested Larry Walker as a manager. That's a good one, or a broadcaster.
Yeah, either one.
Either one. I'm surprised he hasn't done more. Maybe just.
He's down in Jupiter, isn't he? Just kind of hanging out in Jupiter, I think.
Or has a house there. Yeah, that's a good play. That's a real good play. Brief stint with the Cardinals, but outstanding personality. The famous moment with Randy Johnson in the All-Star game, turning the helmet backwards. Yeah, he's got great personality. Yeah, I'm thinking of like another Schumacher. There's got to be some obvious ones. We're just not.
Not Brendan Ryan. Like somebody
who.
Not Eckstein.
I don't think so.
We want just a little sandpaper.
For call?
I don't see happy
Probably
flight.
not.
I don't see happy flight there. All right, you can send yours in 314-399-9646. That's the text inbox brought to you by Air Comfort Service. Watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Jackson Burkett birthday gala. Bernie Federko joining us next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 9 o'clock hour is sponsored by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, the birthday boy, Jackson Burkett, celebrating 27 years here today on 101 ESPN. Producer Joe and Joe Buck with us earlier in the program. And right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Morning, Bernie. Good morning, Bernie.
Good morning.
Yes.
There it is.
Yes, because I felt like I could hear.
There was something there.
Yeah, I knew there was something there. Hey, Bernie, after kind of a weird 3 and 4 nights, the Blues got a break, and then now it's game time. Here we go. This is the stretch run, and they are right in the thick of things. Your thoughts on where things stand as they get ready to go against the Penguins and Wild, and then head home for a lot of home games to wrap things up?
Yeah, this should be a real wild ride now. I think that we all maybe didn't think the Blues could be back in this situation, but they are in the thick of things. I mean, they're one of 4 teams. It's basically Calgary, Vancouver, Utah, and the Blues. It's going to be probably one spot for those 4 teams. So it's really packed tight right now. But I love the way the Blues have been playing. I mean, this is the best hockey that I've seen them play all season long. I mean, they're playing with so much more energy. They're doing all the little things. I mean, they're taking over the games and controlling the way the game is supposed to be played. So I'm excited to continue to watching, but it's going to be really a wild ride because I think every other team is kind of feeling the same thing. The other 4 teams or other 3 teams are feeling kind of the same way, that they're playing very, very well.
What was it that Montgomery did during the 4 Nations break to get the team turned around in such a drastic way?
I don't know, Doug. I mean, really, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it's just kind of the way they are playing right now. I don't know if it is something that he said or all of a sudden everything came together. But for whatever reason, I mean, they are playing the type of hockey that you like to see a team play because they're aggressive. They're doing a great job. But, on the forecheck, I think their defensive zone coverage has been really, really good. They're playing for each other. I mean, that's kind of a stupid kind of a line all the time, playing for each other. But it is. I mean, there's unselfish hockey going on right now. They don't care who's going to score. They are getting scoring. They're getting great goaltending, especially from Binnington. Hofer has really chipped in. So, I mean, they're doing all the little things that you do to win hockey games. Other than, I mean, they're still a special teams. I think is going to be a big key going down the stretch run. They've got to be able to score in the power play, and they've got to be really good on their penalty kill because that's kind of been their Achilles heel all season long.
Have you been on talented teams, but there was a bad vibe in the room, and it just kind of affects the outcomes? You always sort of hear that, how they all get along, but if they don't get along, it just sort of leads to kind of mixed results on the ice. And every once in a while, like the old Yankees, they say, oh, they all hate each other, but then they win. How important is that in the room chemistry?
Yeah, Martin, it is. I mean, there's no question that when you like each other, when you really have that vibe of one for all for one, it really makes a big difference. And I mean, I think for the most part, teams always have the camaraderie. I mean, when you're together for 7 or 8 months in a row, I mean, you tend to whether you like a guy or not, you kind of you learn his traits and his habits, and you get along with him, and you do the right things to make sure everybody stays on the same page. So, I mean, I never saw an issue with this team anyway. I mean, they've been together. They like each other. They're doing the things that you need to do to score goals, to be good teammates. But for whatever reason, sometimes it just comes together where you just start believing that this guy is going to win the face-off. This guy's going to set up your play. You're going to read off the other guy. And right now, that seems to be happening with the Blues. And I mean, it took quite a while to do that, and for whatever reason, it's coming together at the right time. And hopefully, they just continue to make it go.
With points being so precious, so important right now, you think they ride Bennington almost nearly every game the rest of the way? Do you still mix Hofer in there?
Yeah, but I would expect that if I was in charge, I think I would be riding Binnington as much as I could. I mean, he's obviously played so well. I mean, especially since the Four Nations tournament, I mean, he's been absolutely outstanding. But I mean, you can't burn him out either. I mean, there's still a lot of games left. I mean, we got a little less than 5 weeks left to go, and the Blues still have 17 games, so you can't play him every night, and especially these 3 and 4 nights. I mean, here it is again. I mean, tonight, Saturday, and Sunday. So I mean, you got to get Hoper into one of those games. So I don't know which one it will be, but certainly you've got to. In my opinion, you got to ride Bennington as much as you can.
Bernie, we don't know the particulars behind the scenes. If Toronto had a serious offer, if Schenn could have gone to the Leafs and he turned it down, do you think part of it, though, as a captain, you don't want to walk into the room here and say, hey, guys, I don't really believe in you. I'm going to go somewhere else and try and win a cup. Like, that's got to be out. If it was on the table, I could see Schenn not wanting to do that to his team that he is, especially in that captain's role.
Well, what's funny about it, Martin, is that when you have a no-trade clause, I mean, it is up to you to decide what you want to do, whether it's good, for you yourself, it's good for the team, or bad for the team. And I think that, obviously, management wants to make the decision right off the bat. But when then there is a trade clause in there, I think you have to look at all the options that you have. And I don't know exactly what happened with it, whether or not Schenn, got the opportunity to turn it down, or maybe it was even part of the question: would you go if we make this deal or this and that, and had the conversation before they even tried to make a deal with Toronto, whoever it may be. So I mean, and as captain of the team, you're the leader. You want to stay here. You don't want to be part of something else. I mean, Schenn. I mean, I think that maybe if Braden hadn't won a Stanley Cup in the past, well, he's won one here. He's with the Blues back in 2019, and he loves it here. He still wants to be a part of this team, and he is the leader. So if that was me, I probably would have been in a situation, hey, I don't want to go. I like it here. But whether or not that happened with him, I don't know. But certainly I'm really glad that he's still here, because I think he's still a big part of this hockey club.
You probably would have never gone to Detroit if you had a no trade, I'm guessing.
I guess I would have. There's no question I would have not, Doug. No, there was no such thing back there. But no, I would have certainly turned that down. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I was heartbroken that day.
A lot of us were. Yeah. Probably not as heartbroken as Bernie.
I was about to say. There might be somebody on the call more heartbroken.
I was broken in more places than my heart.
That was a kick to the shorts. Yeah,
yes, it was.
It's all in the book too. My Balloon Out, Bernie Federko with JR. Jeremy Rutherford. So your job's got to be a lot more fun right now. I mean, nobody wants to go cover a team that's trading off parts and like just finishing out the string.
It is. It's a lot more. It's always fun when teams are winning, when they're playing well. There's a lot more to talk about, and being around the guys and going to practice is a lot more fun, watching them, how they play and how they react in the locker room, even with the press. So it's a lot better when things are going good, and certainly it's going good now. It's been a great stretch. What they won 7 of the last 10 or whatever it is, and the whole issue is going to be they probably have to win another 7 out of 10. So they have the most favorable schedule, so that should play a big part of it. They've got a fair amount of games here at home, and I mean, it's the whole thing is that they got to beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. And right now, out of the last 17, 9 of them are in the division, and we talked about that at the beginning of the season. They have not been good in the division over the course of the last couple of years, and consequently, they've not made the playoffs. So now I think they're right around 500 in the division. Now they got to finish it off. If they can be successful the rest of the way in their division, then they should have a playoff spot. So hopefully that's going to happen.
Here we go. It's all starting up now. Blues at Penguins, then the Blues at the Wild, and then here they come back to St. Louis. Sunday afternoon festivities. We'll hear it here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop 6 p.m. tonight, pregame 5 p.m. Bernie Federko every Thursday with us on TMA 101 ESPN. Bernie, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Gentlemen, you have a great day. Thanks.
You too.
Good, Bernie.
That's Bernie Federko with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the show. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. You're welcome to participate in one of many ways, and one of those ways is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at DesignAirService.com. Even though, Doug, we are in the San Diego of the Great Plains with this
feels
weather.
Like it. It sure feels like it, yeah.
But it will be cooling down at some point here. It looks like Sunday, high of 52. It's still not terrible, though.
No.
I mean, 77 today, 77 tomorrow.
Could get nasty tomorrow night, though, right?
Storms.
Storms.
63, 52 on Sunday, but then back up to 72 on Monday. Looks like next week might get a little cold, but still, again, it's sunny and 49 on Thursday is the forecast. Point being, we got some pretty good weather right now, and hopefully it's where we will be to stay for the next 6-7 months. When you want to get that air conditioning checked out for the upcoming warmer weather, you go to designairservice.com and you work with our sponsor, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. It is 9:46 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Together Credit Union started as Eagle Credit Union right in the shadows of Anheuser-Busch. The employees got together, built up their own credit union. Now it's part of our community. 14 area Together Credit Unions, and they also offer something new. In 2025, they launched the brand new high-yield checking account called Empower Checking. It's pretty simple. You're going to earn above market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. Interest paid to you each month. It's a checking account that rewards you for the balances, not based on activity. You can go to togethercu.org or walk in and talk to the folks. 14 area locations, 14 different St. Louis branches ready to work directly with you. They've got an amazing team. Meet one of those member advocates when you walk in, or if you're busy, just get online. Pretty simple. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org. Empower for full details. That's /empower for all the information. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Doug, you got your request again.
Yeah,
I don't know
March
these
Madness.
songs.
George Harrison?
Future. Super Pluto. Future. March Madness. 2015 masterpiece.
This is a masterpiece?
Yeah.
How so?
It's about as good as it gets.
This?
No.
No one's going to be singing this 50 years from now like they
I
did
will
that
be.
George Harrison song.
I
You
will be.
won't be.
You want to bet?
Yes.
March every time the big dance is coming around, playing
Doug,
March
you might
Madness.
as well bet it.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bet it. I'll be 130 when I come around and collect.
Gordy Vaughn is going to have to pay this debt.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm going to collect, too.
You won't be singing that song.
All right.
You'll be 77 singing this song.
March Madness by Future, absolutely. It's like you play it when the big dance comes around.
Well, you talk about the tournament, and of course, here in about 40 minutes, the bodies are going to be taken on the Dukes. And then after that game in Washington, D.C., Josh Schertz and the Billikens begin their run to the NCAA tournament by beating Davidson. And it sets the stage for St. Louis University, join Missouri, Illinois, and the SIUE Cougars in the NCAA tournament as St. Louis becomes the mecca of college basketball in March 2025.
Much.
I was a little concerned that Joe Buck, not worried about his Indiana Hoosiers taking on the Oregon Ducks here in about an hour.
Who will he be watching the game with?
He said by himself.
Blues game.
Yeah, he's
That's a callback. Dan Caesar wrote, how would Joe be watching the Super Bowl? I think he was with his
I don't think
family.
Jackson caught it, Martin.
I didn't.
No, that's why I thought I had to walk back and explain it. It's okay. It's all right. There's a lot going on. You should have eaten the quiche. It has spinach in it. Spinach is probably good for your brain.
Popeye would say so.
I thought, honestly, Tim, when I bought that this morning, I didn't really eat this morning. I thought, well, we'll probably eat some quiche. And
Now you're disappointed Jackson hasn't brought it out?
It was a gift given with some expectation. I feel like your friend comes over, brings a six-pack, and only drinks one of them, then leaves and takes it with him. Like, whoa, you brought that?
Yeah, that's bad
the
form.
worst.
That's bad form.
But your age group, that's kind of probably more likely.
Depends on the beer, I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
Or if you really don't like something they brought. No, you take it. It's okay.
Right.
You take it with you.
Yeah, if you bring something to someone's place, you can't. I don't think you can leave with it.
It's a bad look.
It's a bad.
But I think in the 20s, guys going over to watch a game.
In college, for sure.
Like you bring a 12-pack of Paps, and then you drink 4 of them. And then you leave with
What's
it.
yours is yours at that point.
Yes. But once you get to a certain
Later
age, it's
but
bad form.
you should never show up at a party empty-handed.
Agreed. Bottle of wine of some sort.
Yeah, and you leave it
Michelob
there. You
Ultra would
don't
be a great
take
call.
it. You don't take what wasn't.
No.
What wasn't consumed. Take it back home with you.
Please.
Where's the cork?
Frank Costanza did that once with a marble rye. Went poorly for him.
Doug?
I don't remember the episode. I didn't see it.
The great Jerry Stiller.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Okay.
I missed a lot of network TV for
No, I know.
about 3 decades working nights.
So what are you going to do tonight at Channel 4? Are you going to lead with
We
SLU?
don't-
Are you
I'm
going to
not
lead with
there.
Mizzou or
It's a
Cardinals
newsflash.
play?
I'm going to have to issue a press release. I'm not there anymore.
Caesar ever covered that? In all seriousness, I feel like it wasn't really covered.
This is true. And it was while we were at Hubbard, and it was in the first year, and we were in the first studio we were in, Martin, we've bounced around, not just on your radio dial, but also in studios in this building.
Because you're a priority?
That's correct. And I recall we came in or I woke up one Friday morning, and I'm doing my standard reading around publications, and like the front page article on STL Today, it's a picture of Doug, and it says Doug Vaughn returning to KMOV. and so this I guess this would be 2022. And I'm thinking, oh, son of a bitch, I work with him every day. Didn't know he was doing it. That's cool. And then I went on about my day. And then I come in, I go, I didn't know you were going back to KMOV. He goes, I'm not. And I go, what the hell's the article about?
It was so awesome that Doug Vaughn has come out to television.
How about that? Larry Nichols enthused.
The article was almost all accurate. It was the headline that was misleading.
It was the headline.
Because you were just doing wasn't like a March Madness preview
coming in
show.
and
Oh, you hosted a show or
No, I
something.
didn't host- I
It was like a
part
round
of
table, right?
Part of a little round table
Yeah.
for about 2 minutes.
That's
what it was.
It was your big return.
Doug's like, that'll get my health insurance for this month. That'll do that. Yeah.
How about this email I just received? Tim, first off, love the show. I've been a listener since the beginning of the morning grind, Martin, going back to producer Joe in July 2004, and haven't missed a single show. Holy crap.
None of us can say that.
Yeah. Love the new lineup and the sexual tension between Doug and Martin.
What?
That's true.
Now, let's get down to business. You keep bringing up that Iowa State with Marcus Fizer lost as a 2-seed to 15-seed Hampton, and this is not the case.
Oh, no.
Marcus graduated a year before and lost to Michigan State in an all-time classic Elite Eight game that was played in Detroit. You may remember it basically ended with a technical foul on Coach Eustace, friend of College Park, after an absolutely horrible blocking call on Paul Shirley. Doug, do you remember the blocking call on Paul Shirley?
I don't.
Got to do show prep.
Yeah.
Anyway, the 2000-2001 team was led by Jamal Tinsley. The team wasn't super talented, and Coach Eustace rode them hard all year. They won the Big 12 regular season. By the end, were a shell of themselves. They lost in the first round of the Big 12 tournament, and sadly did not surprise me when they lost to the 15-seed Hampton. Thankfully, there have been many 15 seeds to beat 2 seeds since then, so it's not as stinging every time it gets brought up. If you can't tell, I'm an Iowa State alum, moved down to St. Louis after college in 1999. I've been here ever since. Thanks for your time. That's from Howard Thompson.
Oh, Howard Thompson.
Well, I'd like to issue an apology to Howard Thompson and all Iowa State fans for continuing to mistakenly bring up Marcus Fizer when I should bring up Jamal Tinsley in the 2001 Iowa State Cyclones, but it doesn't change the fact that the head coach of Hampton, or was it Hampton?
Yeah.
Was lifted and his leg started kicking like the Dickens, Doug. And then he was coaching Evansville the next year at a Purple Aces.
And he's on the Kansas staff, we figured out the other day. Part of our Wikipedia deep dive. Jeff Grayer was a great Iowa State player, but I think that's going even before Marcus
Fred Hoiberg.
Who's the greatest alum in the history of the Cyclones?
Johnny Orr.
I was going to say that.
Were you really?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Johnny Orr. Fizer, Grayer, Tinsley.
Hoiberg. Gotta be.
Says here that George Washington Carver went there.
Where did Halliburton play?
I thought we were talking
State?
basketball.
Well, yeah.
Did George Washington Carver play basketball?
He went to Iowa State.
Yeah. I was thinking that'd be a good.
Yeah, we got some time on that one.
Oh, jeez. Shut up. I thought you liked Halliburton.
I do like Halliburton. Well, not my favorite, but I like him.
Okay.
Holy hell, this guy needs to get a life. That's from the Warren County Wizard, not happy with Howard's email.
I appreciated the thoroughness of it.
I've been saying Marcus Fizer in the 2001 Iowa State Cyclones for years now, because I remember watching that game either right after Missouri hit that Clarence Gilbert shot to beat Georgia in the first round, and all I wanted to see was Missouri and Quinn Snyder go up against his mentor, Mike Krzyzewski, and that's exactly what it set up.
There are certain things you'll remember, and you're convinced this guy was on this team.
Mandela effect.
And for 20 years, you're just like, oh, wait a minute. Was I wrong?
Effect. Yeah.
What is it?
Mandela effect.
Okay.
It's a tough thing to explain. You'll have to look it up, but that's what it would be. Jeff Hornacek in Iowa State.
Oh, that's a great call.
Nice play.
Yeah.
Horny played for the Suns. Might have been a coach at some point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He coached.
Come to my house. You get my wife. That's from the Total Package.
Gosh. He's offered her up a lot.
Yeah, you're thinking
that's recovering alcoholic.
Oh,
this is a new offer, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they come in fast
It's a
and
BOGO.
furious. They really do. Martin, do you have onboarding? It's 10 o'clock.
I
It's
do
the witching hour.
I do have some onboarding. What a busy day today. There's a lot going on in the sports world. But first,
It
I got to
is. It's
get
a glorious
squared away
day.
with Hubbard. And,
Yeah.
paperwork, a lot of we'll probably review. We do a lot of reviews too, like how did it go with the birthday celebration? Do we want to do this every year? Probably not, but
I mean, we're
hits
3
and
years away
misses.
from the 30th birthday gala.
Maybe.
Wow.
Well, Jackie
Probably about
Paper's
30 years
still
old.
here. Yeah.
Well, who knows?
I don't mean on this earth. I mean, I meant behind.
I
the
think
mic
it's
there.
all. Yeah, we could always say. You never know. Take it day by day is what I say.
Look
and
at how about that? Doug, little wisdom from the 27-year-old.
You
Very nice.
You take it
Beyond
day
your
by
years.
day, and you know what? Today is a great day.
That's a great day. Thanks,
Great
Ice
day.
Cube.
Thank you so much.
Hey, you sweet blonde Jackie boy.
Yo.
Happy birthday. Holler
you.
if you want some wifey pics. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Nice.
Holla
See?
if you want wifey pics. Will you holla at him?
It's. What do you think? That's a tough question. Like, what do you think the pictures would look like?
That was a tough question, Doug. That wasn't a fair question.
You won't know unless
like,
you
is it
holla.
just like
Well,
a,
he sends in pictures of his wife all the time, and
That's
she
like him.
actually is attractive.
Agreed. But it's like just him and his wife. Like a wedding. Like, what am I gonna do?
What are you like asking for? Like,
No. Well, what's he offering? Is the question.
It's getting pretty specific here.
that's what I'm picking up a read too.
I feel
and I gotta
like
tell you, I tip my cap to you.
Sometimes in onboarding, I'll raise my hand, and I feel like today I'm going to have to ask a question, an HR-related question.
Well, the listener, I don't know. I'm not sending him any pictures.
Feels like a Friday, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it's Jackson's birthday, and everybody's in celebratory mode.
And there's got all these games on.
Well, you
and
talk about the tournament.
Doug won't let us watch more than 2 hours of TV. That's going to be.
You want a heart attack?
Buzzkill.
So you can watch 15 minutes of the Billikens, 30 of Mizzou, 15 Illinois. All of a sudden, you're out of now.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Pete Carroll.
Shish boom ba.
Pete Carroll went to Iowa State?
He was a coach at Iowa State.
Oh, well, they've all coached everywhere, but...
Yeah, Matt Brown, also a coach at Iowa State.
Yeah.
Tom Herman, friend of Drew Lock.
That's correct. Okay, cool. Hook 'em.
Yeah, that... nothing made me happier than when his downfall.
Yeah, I think he's Florida Atlantic.
Yeah,
flamed out a bit.
I hope it continues.
Well, it was a skyrocketing stock.
Was he
in college
banty?
football. Yeah, he was a little banty. All right, Martin, enjoy your onboarding. Jackson, we will continue the birthday gala into the 10 o'clock hour that will feature, I would imagine, heartfelt emails from listeners for the designer heating and cooling email of the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Retrospectives on my career so far.
That's right. That's coming up at 10:50. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, heading into the 10 o'clock hours. Martin heads into onboarding. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Your St. Louis Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Pittsburgh Penguins. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Going. World Series. Going. It's Doug's favorite part right there, Chairman.
That's really well written.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals are, so this is the song that'll be playing over the next 6-7 months.
It'll very well be.
You know, I'm looking up at the television monitor. Is this good broadcasting? No, but I didn't graduate from Missouri Journalism School. If I would have gotten the final 8 credit hours, maybe I wouldn't do this. But a friend of the program, South City native, Hey Kay Adams, has her FanDuel show up on the monitor here, and she's got Joe Burrow in, and there's a guy. Who's the other guy with him?
Oz the Mentalist.
That's who it is. Okay, because she was like grabbing him from behind and covering his eyes, and I go, what in the hell's going on? Hey, do we need to do this? Because I'd be happy to grab you from behind.
Yeah, Doug.
Is he some sort of psychic?
Well, Oz the Mentalist, he's a hit when on the NFL.
Was he on Hard Knocks? Yeah, he went to the Jets camp, and that was crazy. Yeah, that's right.
He's freaking Joe Burrow out right now, and freaking Hey Kay out. For that
Look
matter.
at that head of hair on Joe Burrow. Man.
Jackson's going to start saying things, Doug, and I just want you to be ready for him.
Look at it. See, that's, you know,
it's
how
not
Jay,
that unusual for a guy in his mid-20s.
Jay Jr. would always say, I was supposed to be Tom Akron, I was supposed to be Tommy Ack. I was supposed to be Joe Burrow's hair.
You were supposed to be Joe Burrow's hair, not Joe himself, but his hair.
No, his hair is supposed to be mine. I don't know what happened. Like, best case scenario.
You're way more down on your hair than you should be.
Because guys like Joe Burrow exist, looking like that. Like, not all guys with, like, really blonde hair.
Let me see what's going on with your hair. Let me see what's going on. It's kind of got the Pat Riley slicked back because it's been under the hat all day. That's when I had my hair as a freshman at Missouri, and it was long. That's what it would look like.
Does the laser helmet work? You still using that all the time?
Not as much.
Boy, you're playing with fire, baby.
I still take the
You're playing with fire, baby.
I still take the pharmaceuticals. We're holding serve. We're holding the line.
Right,
Hold the line.
Yes.
We're doing all right. I'm doing just fine, but, you know, guys like Joe Burrow out there, it's, you know, tough.
It's the Jackson Burkett birthday program. Hey, guys, get Hey Kay Adams on the show, please. That's from the 618. I agree.
Great.
Seems like she's kind of busy at the moment.
She's got Oz the Mentalist and Joe Burrow on, but she was a regular on the show, like once or twice a week, and she was adamant that Doug should pick up Brian Hartline, now Ohio State coach, but at the time a Dolphins receiver, I believe. And every week, Doug and Hey Kay would argue over Brian Hartline.
Because he didn't do anything.
Well, the year prior
bad season for me.
The year prior, I felt like he was like a monster. There was one year where he just exploded onto the scene. Hey Kay was at the Players yesterday. I assume that this is like a recorded previously.
One day she's sitting there taking pro tips from Wyndham Clark and Ponte Vedra. The next day she's back at her studio and she's got Oz the Mentalist. And I'm being told it's Oz the Mentalist?
Oz?
It's OZ.
When I see OZ, I think Oz.
Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle just texted in, it's Oz. Where's the professionalism, damn it? It starts at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
We're still here until 11.
Yeah, we've had some tough time with pronunciation today. So.
Yeah, Joe Buck scolded us on the Cardinals' big signing.
It's not the Wizard of Oz.
Right. The show in the jail with delightful J.K. Simmons isn't called Oz. It's Oz.
Right.
Guys, how about a Lisa Ann tell-all tribute for Jackson's birthday? Jackson, you want to tell everybody about what happened when you shared a bed with Lisa Ann when TMA went to Jamaica in January of 2023? Doug, here is the birthday tell-all with Jackson Burkett celebrating 27 bills.
Sure. I think the first night I got really drunk and just tried reading.
Yeah, boat drinks.
Tried reading a book in bed and fell asleep with the book in my face.
What was Lisa Ann doing?
She watched a lot of the Pat McAfee show, if I remember correctly.
That's hot.
She loves Pat McAfee show, and then we both went to bed. I passed out, essentially. She went to bed eventually.
Does your current significant other ever ask about the 3-4 nights you stayed in a bed with Lisa Ann?
Yeah, I mean, but I tell her I slept in the same bed, but nothing happened.
What was she wearing?
Pajamas. Like full set.
Really? Like pajamas?
Like a full set, yeah.
A full set.
What does that mean?
Like,
Doug?
you wear pajamas, don't you, Doug?
No, not usually.
You wear a smoking jacket.
I do.
I thought you wore like the little hat, and then you had like the lantern when you need to warm glass of milk or something. No, she was in a full set of PJs. She had eye masks too, like face cover.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Really?
Which I never have understood that. Just close your eyes. You know?
Yeah.
Did you say that to her?
No, well, I also sleep in my face, so it's.
And you guys built a fort to separate you from her?
If I'm not mistaken, there was a line of scrimmage. Yeah.
Was there an implied line of scrimmage, or was there an actual pillow line of scrimmage?
I truly don't remember.
Who built the line?
I think there might have been a physical line of scrimmage, which fine by me.
Did you put it there, or did she?
I can't remember.
She did. I'll answer that.
All right. No win situation. There's nothing happened. Nothing happened.
No.
Happy birthday to our sweet, beautiful, milky-skinned baby boy, my George Washington on my TMA producers, Mount Rushmore. Have a great day, buddy. That's from Daddy Be Cooking.
Thanks, Daddy Be Cooking. Very kind of you. I've seen a lot of the texts coming in saying happy birthday.
There's
I appreciate you all.
sincere love for you.
And
How does
I
that make you
appreciate
feel on a
it.
day when Missouri takes the floor against Mississippi State in 8 hours?
I'm just so grateful. Truly. Just very grateful.
What are you going to do between now and tip-off? You going to watch Josh Schertz, who left a message for you?
Absolutely. Going to watch a little of the SLU game. I got work to do, obviously. But then... you
want to do a 4-hour QFT on your birthday?
I'm down to do QFT.
No, I'm not doing that on your birthday.
I'm
not doing it on you.
I would be down to do it. But, I got work to do, and then I'll be going over to my parents' house to watch the Missouri game, eat some
And you're
food
getting
with them.
Chinese food?
I think my dad's going to grill. It's a beautiful night. Perfect night to grill.
That's not a bad play.
Yeah. So that's going to be great. It's going to be a great day.
This guy's in a good headspace.
He sure
Absolutely.
is.
How come you're not seeing your lover?
She's working.
Okay.
I'll see her on
Take
Saturday.
off for your
See her on
birthday?
Saturday. She's doing important work.
Oh.
Happy birthday, Jackson. For your birthday, I'm going to send you a life-size Monty Hard strap-on to enjoy over the weekend. That's from St. Charles Hermaphrodite. Wow.
Excuse my ignorance. I don't know who the person mentioned there was.
About a 7-footer who went to Jeff City, who played for Missouri in the mid-1990s.
Got it.
So a life-size strap-on will be quite a challenge, but I think you're up for it.
Well, you never know.
Hey, guys, how about that Todd Palin? Thanks. That's from Dale in Grubville. Doug, what does that mean?
Who's Todd Palin?
I just don't know.
No idea.
Is that a mix of Todd Hagen and Sarah Palin? Who's Todd Palin?
I think that might have been her ex-husband.
Yeah, former husband.
I don't know
Sarah
why that.
Palin's-
I don't know. But Doug, do you want to?
I don't know what he's done. Didn't they get divorced?
I believe so. Happy birthday to the biggest Mizzou jinx out there. That's from Coach Gates.
You bet. If that's actually Coach Gates, whatever you need from me.
You're just fed up at this point.
No. I told you,
Jackson
grateful.
had producer Joe call in to celebrate his birthday in the 7 o'clock hour. Joe Buck calling in to celebrate in the 8 o'clock hour. Bernie Federko calling in. And I think he was here to celebrate. He was also scheduled, but still he celebrated.
Sure. Yeah, I'm adding him to the list of people well-wishers.
In a way, as happy as I am, the weather, and I'm looking at the flags, and the weather's down. So if you want to go low, today's the day to do it. The wind's down, I should say. With all the I could just sit in front of the television.
I know.
The players, now here are the Billikens. Okay, here's ILL. Okay, here comes the Fighting Tigers. Okay, here comes the Gers taking on the Bulldogs, Blues, Penguins.
It's almost a day that you wish it was like pouring down rain and chilly, but
tomorrow I know the weather's going to be nice, but the wind's going to be whipping when the storm comes in. Yeah. So if you want to post a big number,
that's right.
Tomorrow's the day.
Maintenance.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way in about a half hour. Send in your celebratory emails for Jackson's birthday. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency presents the Colonel, who joins us every Monday and Friday. Now up to 417 5-star reviews. 417 5-star reviews. This one says we had a hail damage claim that got a little complicated since the home had an addition constructed while the hail damage was being repaired. James did a great job working with us and the State Farm Claims Group to get our compensation and to settle the claim. James also did a very impressive job of helping us adjust the coverages we are carrying to better match our current situation. This saved us money and plugged a couple gaps in coverage that we had. No surprise there. I've been a client of James Carlton's for 6 years. They save you money. The customer service is proactive. If you're in a spot right now where you email your insurance agent and don't hear back for a couple days, that is unheard of in working with James Carlton. And this is important stuff. I know you don't think about it until you need it, but when you need it, man, you need it urgently. That's why you want somebody who has the staff with the size and the customer service training of James Carlton's in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
It's that time of year where you need to start thinking about your lawn again, and what are you going to do to make sure you have a yard full of lush green grass this spring and summer? If you don't want to take on that task yourself, Green Envy is right there to do it for you. They've been in business in St. Louis for over a decade now. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our local soil and weather conditions and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used by them at all. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. This ensures you have a trained professional working on your property at all times. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contract. I have it on my yard. They do just a fantastic job on your yard. Their number is 636-655-3689. Their website is greenenvylawns.com. That's greenenvylawns.com. Let somebody else do the heavy lifting and make your yard look fantastic this spring and summer with Green Envy.
It's Halloween, it's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween, it's time to collect strangers' candy. It's Halloween, it's time to do some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween?
Is it appropriate to play this song in March?
It's my favorite of the acoustic session songs. So this is just kind of my favorite. Although the Cinco de Mayo one's living up.
It's Jackson's birthday. He gets to play whatever he wants, Doug, even if seasonally it doesn't necessarily make sense. It is the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program earlier. For those of you who enjoy podcasting like the Dickens, hashtag PLTD. The great producer Joe, the great Joe Buck, the great Bernie Federko, all with us. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on the morning after. NCAA tournament action getting underway. Conference tournament action here in a matter of moments as before the Billikens and Davidson play. That's on USA Network, Doug.
Okay, I can find that.
You'll have St. Bonaventure and Duquesne. Duke is taking on Georgia Tech in about 35 minutes. They're 22.5-point favorites. I guess the Ramblin' Wreck isn't expected to be able to match the days of Jarrett Jack and the Yellow Jackets that played against Rock Chalk Jayhawk here. Is that 2004?
I just don't know the years, Tim.
At the Dome, if memory serves. And then Ole Miss and Arkansas get things going in the SEC tournament. So Billikens 1 o'clock, Illinois 5:30, Missouri 6 o'clock, Penguins and Blues 6 o'clock. Just sal in. You got the players. I've already told you, live bet Alex Smalley. You'll be handsomely rewarded with a big check on Sunday when he ships the thing. And I also told these boys in the commercial break, I said, I'm also on Tom Hoagie. I know it sounds random. And then sure enough, Tom Hoagie's at 300 par and one back of the lead at the turn. It's amazing, the algorithm of the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. It's amazing. Lucas Glover is leading the players for the record. Some big numbers from some big names. I don't know what the hell's going on. Hideki Matsuyama's 5 over through 10. Justin Thomas, he's having his issues as well. He's 3 over through 10. And Tony Finau 2 over through 11. So some of the bigger names that were out early having some problems, whereas some randos are off to really good starts. Big pairing this afternoon for those of you who enjoy watching the players. The fifth major, Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, and Xander Schauffele.
Oh, man.
I mean, sal in. Wouldn't you mind? If the thunderstorms are going to come this weekend, hey, how about Thursday? We can sal in and watch college basketball and the players and the Blues.
Yeah, man, that's good stuff. Oh,
but I can never look at a day like today, especially on Jackie Paper's birthday, and complain about it. Plus, the wind is down. I'm looking at the flags. You're going to go low today. Where are you playing? You playing St. Louis today?
That's right, with Joe.
With Joe and Bill DeWitt III.
Yeah.
Member champions. Joe acknowledged he grumbled about the offseason moves while he went and won member. And then Bill DeWitt III had to go take on the team by himself.
I feel bad he twisted his ankle.
Oh.
Has it ever happened to you when you're playing golf? Twist your ankle?
He's stepping a
hole,
something.
yeah.
He didn't really say he did it playing golf.
It's true. You can twist your ankle doing anything. You tie your shoes up real tight after you twist your ankle.
That's the pro tip on it?
That's what you got to do. You'll see anytime a basketball player twists their ankle, they tie their shoes up really, really tight.
Yeah.
Doug, I got a question for you because there's no chance in the world Jackson would be able to participate in this one. The Athletic has ranked the goalie tandems in the NHL.
Oh, gosh.
Where do you think Jordan Binnington and Joel Hofer come in?
I would say they'd probably be...
I've turned my laptop.
Well, they like Binnington
it's like password.
a lot. I'd say they'd be about 5.
Jackson, do you want to venture a guess? That way you don't have to name goalie tan. In fairness, how many people could name backup goalies around the NHL? Daddy Padre is not listed on this in this article.
Okay.
It's a shame.
It's
Doug said 5. I'll say 6.
Chairman Kurt.
I'm going to say they're number 1.
The Winnipeg Jets tandem is number 1. Hellebuck. Doug, do you pronounce it Eric Comrie?
Yeah, whatever you want to do with it, it's fine.
I don't know. We do these stupid-ass lists and rankings and bracketology. And usually I'm kind of like, all right, I get it. The Lance Leopold thing threw me off a bit when Stuart Mandel put him 7th. I will say that on the college football coach ranking. But Kirby Smart being 1, and I don't remember who's number 2. I was a little surprised.
Ryan
Marcus was
Day.
10. Ryan Day. Yeah, that makes sense. Although you do that poll 2 months ago, and Ryan Day is about to get fired. So, whatever way the wind blows. With that said, this is the first time I've read one, and I have because I don't know how many times, every time we have Bernie Federko on, Jamie Rivers on, John Kelly on, Chris Kerber on, Joey Vitale, what do they talk about? The Blues goaltending tandem. They have Binnington and Hofer ranked 26th in the NHL.
Well, as I look at goals against, they've given up 194 goals. That's towards the back of the pack.
I just feel like I have to tell you, I'm floored.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to be tweeting from my burner on that.
Just how hopping mad are you on a scale of 1 to 100?
Mad. The honest answer is 1.
Yeah.
Surprised on a 1 to 100, 100.
Are you really?
26th?
Now, again, I have to reiterate, I'm not all that familiar with the depth charts of goaltenders around the league.
Yeah.
But the one thing that you hear from guys who actually are around the league is the Blues 1-2 punch is about as good as it's going to get in the league. Now, you heard Bernie Federko when you asked about Binnington and how they're going to balance this out over the final 17 games. Go, I'd play Binnington as much as he can. They'll probably, it'd be shocking if Binnington's not in there tonight, and then they'll split this weekend with the back-to-back.
Back-to-back, maybe.
With the Wild, and then at home for the, would you call 5 o'clock at this point, even though it's sunny out? Would you call that evening or afternoon?
I'd say evening.
Okay, it's going to be sunny. Okay. Daylight savings time. But, God, that really... I don't know. It really surprises me. I bet some Blues fans are surprised by that, too.
Yeah. I had more time to think about it, I would have probably put them about the middle of the pack. Maybe at 5 would have been a little bit aggressive. But middle of the pack, I would think, at least.
I mean, Jackson, do you have a problem when a text starts off? I mean...
It's not great. Not a great start.
What about, which one's worse?
It's worse.
I mean, Binnington's stats across this entire season aren't great. It's from the 3 and 4.
No, they're not. They haven't been.
You still feel
and yet he was picked to be the goalie for Team Canada. That stands for something.
I mean, if they were to get into the playoffs, and I would put the percentage for the record at this moment if you're interested, because I am short in the market, brother, at 4%. That's where I am. If they were to get into the playoffs, even though I got them at 4% as we sit here on little Jackie Paper's birthday gala of March 13th, I'd go, hell, I know they're probably playing the Winnipeg Jets. I'll give them a chance. You know why I give them a chance?
Why?
Because of Binnington.
Yeah. I saw yesterday DraftKings had them at like 27% chance to make it or something, 30%. They had the 2 big sports books, and they were like 30%-ish, something in that range of making the playoffs.
Yeah, it looks like Money Puck's got them at 29.
29% for the Blues, 24.8% for Utah, 29% for Calgary, 30% for Vancouver. You add that up, and it is 120%. I don't understand. Because to me, you have 4 teams competing for one spot, but theoretically, like Minnesota is not at 100%. They're at 91.7% in case they were to fall off. I mean, hell, who knows? You know, they were kind of falling around. Blues get a chance to play them heads up this week. I don't know.
Well, where the goaltending is concerned, it doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem for the Blues. Like, that's not why they wouldn't get in or possibly make a playoff run. But it could be the reason why they make a nice run and go somewhere in the playoffs. Because when Binnington gets hot, he can be about as good as anybody.
Yeah.
He hasn't been over the course of this whole year, but the last month or so he has been.
And overtime in Boston in the Four Nations was another example of the first period in Boston in 2019 in Game 7. He just has that ability. I mean, holy crap. But again, when he was about to steal a series from the eventual Stanley Cup champions in 2022, he wasn't even the Blues starter in their first-round series against the Wild until he came in and took the job from Villiers. So, guys, I just got back from a week at a resort in Mexico that was full of Canadians. I don't know why they stated it. It was a brutal winter. But after talking to numerous people, they still do not respect Binnington in Canada. That surprises me. I mean, he won that thing for him.
100%. I'm looking up the best goaltending tandems of all time. Hasek and Fuhr.
In Buffalo.
You've heard of those names.
Yeah.
I don't think you have.
Good call.
What's Hasek's first name?
Not on his birthday. You didn't do it to him on his birthday. You didn't do it on his birthday.
Ray?
You didn't do
Ray?
It. Oh, Ray.
Grant Fuhrer, right?
Yes.
All right.
He was only a member of the Blues.
I remember that. I knew him from that. Richter and Van Beesbrook.
Mm-hmm. Johnny Van Beesbrook in the Panthers, Doug, with the rats tossed onto the ice.
Yeah, he's a Hasek. Oh, Dominic Hasek, got it. And Ed Belfour.
Sometimes he would go by Ray.
Belfour. Ed Belfour.
Belfour.
He was our arch nemesis for
and
years.
He banged his stick against the post following the series-winning goal. Was that 90?
I don't know.
I like when the goalie does that.
I don't know the years.
Luongo and Schneider.
Mm-hmm.
Schneider was the handyman, one day at a time.
He was.
Rob Schneider?
Did he have something going with the mom of the house?
And she had a bowl cut like Danny Cooksey and Oliver.
Kind of redheaded.
Yeah, people don't talk about that enough.
No, they should talk more about it.
Thank you.
Because it's only been, 40 or 50 years since it was on.
Who would you say is the Blues' biggest opponent villain in franchise history?
Oh, I like that question, Chairman.
Possibly Belfour.
Boy, he was hated.
Cadre
The Belfour chance at the old barn.
Oof, I do remember that. I was young, but I remember
smoke
that.
over the ice.
Yeah.
Old money.
Gino Ajic almost beat up the whole team once in Vancouver. Remember that when they were running away from him?
Was Probert hated?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but also in a way respected. It's kind of like the Grim Reaper and Reed Simpson. We were talking about that with somebody. I don't know. Did we talk about that with Pronger maybe? When he was on as a surprise guest a few weeks ago, and I went back and I looked at that on YouTube. My God.
Oh, yeah, it was bad.
And you were right. You said the Kings bench recoiled.
Yeah.
And they really did. Like, guys like, oh, no. Even though it was their teammate doing it, they're like, oh, God, why did Reed Simpson? And right before it happened, the broadcaster goes, well, Reed Simpson, not one to back down. Oh.
Who ran over Fuhrer?
Kiprios?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Nick Kiprios.
Guys, Wendell Clark was hated. That's from the 314. What about Seabrook and Wakey Wakey? Remember that Wakey Wakey Bacchus?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You remember that, Jackson?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was someone named Duncan Keith. Was there someone named Duncan Keith?
Yeah. Look at you. What a big response to the Ray Hasek debacle.
And he hit.
That's the title of the segment.
Who did he hit?
Ray Hasek.
He hit the captain, right?
Oh no! I would have. Once he got the Duncan Keith, I would have waved to the fans and said, "Thank you for the birthday
Wakey,
wishes."
Wakey Bacchus, yeah.
And then you go, "Oh, it was the captain, wasn't it?"
David Bacchus.
And that, of course, happened 40 years ago, so it's understandable why
Well, it
Jackson.
wasn't that long ago.
I was thinking about Brad Boyes for the reason, and he didn't get hit.
No.
Okay.
No.
Who was that cute little dish that ended up on NBC Sports? He was a Blackhawk.
Brian Kunderman?
No.
He was the dish.
Patrick Sharp.
That's the one. No.
Yeah, our audience was really attracted to him, and he would be on the show on a regular basis during the playoff run, and then the audience would flirt with him.
That's weird.
It's cool.
Why didn't we ever get Ray Hasek on?
I'd be a great surprise guest, and I'll just call him Ray.
Send your emails in on Ray Hasek's performance the morning after InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Spring training report. Cardinals in action today, celebrating the signing of Phil
Maton.
That's right.
Maton.
Joe Buck was on earlier and scolded us candidly.
Yeah.
He said he felt like when he called games, Maton pitched every game. Maton
is now started. We lost it again.
Maton.
I like Maton.
I know it started with May, but is it Maton or Maton?
I think
3.66 ERA in a combined 71 games for the Mets and Rays last year. Cardinals and Astros. This is in West Palm today, taking on Houston with Steven Matz. Your lineup is as follows: Wynn, Nootbaar, Contreras, Donovan, Herrera, Burleson, Gorman, Sagasi, and Ciani. Steven Matz. Doug, do you like the term towing the slab?
I don't mind it, yeah.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
So far, it's my favorite drop of the Cardinals season.
Poor Ciani's 1 for 28 with 10 strikeouts.
And what's the average? .036?
Yeah, 36 he's hitting. Donovan's hitting 131. Wynn's hitting 94.
All these guys are due.
Guys, it'll be exciting when Maton is pitching in the second inning of Matz's first start when he gets hurt. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who was able to ask Joe Buck a question when Joe joined us in the 8 o'clock hour. Go back and podcast at 101 ESPN app, brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And that was, I saw you at Sportsman's Park the other day. What is your go-to at Sportsman's Park? And Joe said turkey burger with jalapenos, steak fries, and then a Natalie salad, which is a kale salad. I'm a Larry Wilson burger guy myself.
Are you really? What's that
yeah.
at?
Let's see. It's bacon and like special sauce.
Yeah, it is good.
That's making me think maybe I go Sportsman's and sal in and watch the Players and watch ILL and watch the Gers and the Blues.
Yeah, steak fries make any afternoon of sports viewing even better.
I might do that for your birthday.
Yeah, in honor of me.
I'll go to a Ledoux establishment,
That's
assuming
true.
they let the South City kid into the neighborhood. I don't know that they would.
Yeah, just take a shower.
Do you want them cooked in beef tallow?
Yeah, I guess.
Steak and Shake is committed to doing that. Did you see that the other day?
Yeah, good on them, I guess.
They're the first fast food place to say, all right, we'll get rid of the nasty fried oil and use beef tallow.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're deep frying potatoes, whatever liquid you're going to use is probably not going to be great for you.
But I guess it does make a difference.
I guess.
Duck fat.
What about it?
Fries in the duck fat. Put some curds on there.
Yeah.
A little poutine.
Okay.
French fries and gravy, sir. I'd pull up the drop, but who's got the time?
Sign Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Conference championship action already underway with Akron leading Bowling Green 42-30 and Duquesne with a 1-point lead over St. Bonaventure. Both games still in the first half. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
CMA 101 ESPN, the Jackson Burkett Birthday Jubilee. Stars and friends alike joining the program today. Everybody wanted to be able to say they were on Jackson Burkett's 27th birthday show.
And for everyone who was involved and anyone who said happy birthday during the course of the program, thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart. It means the world. Means the world to me.
Well, they're now going to say happy birthday in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day. Guys, Plops here. Back to what Doug was saying in the 8 o'clock hour, which I completely agree with. Lent is fake news. I don't know what he bases that opinion on, but I respect him for speaking his truth. It's very powerful. And I think he's on to something about Lent being a weird list of superstitions backed by Big Cod.
Never said any of this.
Last Friday, guess what? I ate meat. In fact, I ate meat all GD day, and it's not like I was struck down by lightning. I was, however, randomly beaten by a group of strangers that evening. They roughed me up for a bit, stole all my clothes, then drove me around in their van while we listened to Josh Groban CDs. Side note, Josh Groban's rendition of You Raise Me Up while being will bring a grown man to tears. Even if you're hog-tied in the nude to the floor of a church van.
What?
You will never top on Eagles' Wings, obviously, Tim, but this is a close second. You guys should play it sometime. Hell, you're on an FM radio station. Give the people what they want for once. Well, these bastards eventually tossed me out of the van onto the parking lot of the Jeffco Wesley Rogers Steakhouse Buffet. Have you guys ever eaten there? That salad bar is anything but fake news. I'll sometimes eat 4 salads in a row, each time with a different dressing. That's showbiz, babe. Well, thanks. It's Misty Plops, Doug.
Very nice. Misty Plops.
Good morning. What a jubilation for Jackson. Our prince has blossomed into a beautiful, extremely pale, exceptional word spinner. Congratulations for kind of being on the Mount Rushmore of TMA producers. Jackie was youngry before it was cool. Now that you're in your prime and finally the legal age of 27, I just want you to know you make us yorny. Very yorny. Best of luck in the best of 7 against SLU next year. Shirts and the boys are coming for you. If you think you can outplay Shirts and Doug combined on that bench with their basketball wit, you have another thing coming. The Wizard of Crestwood is a killer. Anyway, happy birthday. It's odd we realized on Jackson's birthday that Martin is actually the best producer on the show. Enjoy this weather, boys. And Jackson, have a good one. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Who is it?
Thanks, JVO.
You
Joey
like that? Have a good
Vitale's
you like
Orange
that?
Scully.
I kind of like that. Have a good one.
Big fan.
Greetings and salutations, gentlemen, and happy birthday, pal.
Thanks.
I hope you finally get laid tonight, but make sure you don't jinx the Tigers. Great show today, although I missed all of it after 8 with work calls, so for all I know, maybe it sucked. I, think you guys need to make Doug laugh like crazy every day.
Of course.
My 2 favorite moments since I started listening 5.5 months ago was when Doug almost ruined the email of the day by laughing hysterically when Tim read from the Kansas City's Gray Sexual to slide into my DMs because there ain't no more blood in my BMs.
Oh.
And yesterday when we found out Doug revels in others' pain when Action Jackson played the audio of the 2 baseball announcers getting smacked in the head with a foul ball.
Well,
I had to get up from my desk. I was laughing so hard. I had tears coming out of my eyes listening to that handsome piece of ass laugh.
Oh.
Anyway, back to work. Go Blues. That's from Doug's botched Brazilian wax job.
Doug's botched Brazilian wax job.
Are they just not finished?
He's new.
Yeah, what happened on your Brazilian?
It got botched.
When I heard a surprise guest was calling in for Jackson's birthday, my mind started racing. Who could it be? Charles Barkley? Frank Haith? Maybe even his hunky work husband, Andrew Marsh? Nope. It was a former lawn boy turned angry radio producer turned parking lot attendant who hasn't been associated with the show in over a decade. Nothing says happy birthday like watching your coworkers chat with their old friend while you quietly sit in the corner as they reminisce about memories that don't include you. And let's not fall for the revisionist history either. The texters were tossing hosannas at Prod Joe's feet today, but that's a load of BS. I remember Joe as the whipping boy, and his bleeding brown hole was the focal point of many crude jokes. The only man in America with an ankle tattoo used to be relentlessly mocked for getting too chummy with Andy Dick, but somehow he's beloved now. The good news is that this logic might also apply to Jackson one day. 13 years from now, the texters won't call him a commie. And the year 2038, as TMA prepares for its 35th anniversary potluck orgy, when Doug is puttering through the Hubbard hallways on a rascal. And Tim Subbard's slap tear is almost healed. Jackson will finally will be remembered as our 40-year-old pale hero who still cuddles with his Xavier Pinson body pillow.
Thanks, gonna give it to you.
Happy birthday, Ledoux boy. That's from the JV golf coach.
Thanks,
JV golf coach.
And finally, well, Doug, you wanted him. We got him. Phil Maton? What do you mean you've never heard of him? He's a 32-year-old right-handed relief pitcher who has a league average career ERA plus of 100. He's been a trusted part of recent postseason bullpens for the Guardians, Astros, and Mets. So look for him to have a big October after getting dealt mid-season. What's that? Friend of the show, Joe Buck, is hopping mad because we're pronouncing Maton's name wrong. You say Maton, I say Maton. Let's set the whole thing out. Happy birthday, Libby Jack Virgin Adderall Camboy. Shave off that trash stash and snort them rails of crushed up prescription ADD medicine, because it wouldn't be March Madness without our beautiful baby, emotionally over-leveraged hoop rock junkie screaming mouse in the house and overreacting to every sus officiating call. That might be my favorite part of the live stream.
Yeah, it happens often.
What a treat to have Prod Joe back like Jordan wearing the 4-5, but if Jordan had a landing strip. There's a week in the TMA calendar holier than this one, going back to Prod Joe's final 3 days on the program in March of 2013. Everyone remembers 590 The Man, 1380 The Woman, Bolt of Lightning press conference that featured an uncomfortable Frank Cusimano being forced to speak like he was being held hostage, as well as some guy named Todd Robbins mumbling something about the opposite side of change being the golden goose. And who could forget Dan Marshall telling how much he believes in giving back to the community charity. But it was the March 13th show that Prod Joe had his finest moment, leading the 30-minute long deep dive on porn search analytics broken down by state and country, where he learned the number 8 most popular search term in Hungary is grandpa gay. That's what we have for the design heating and cooling email today. It came from Buck Swope.
Sure, Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning. However, I think it's high time someone called out Big Cod, and Misty Plops did just that. So I'm going to vote for Misty Plops.
I like the JV golf coach.
Did you?
Jackson.
I liked Buck Swope.
I thought the JV golf coach was the best email, and that means the JV golf coach has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Chairman Kurt and I, that alliance, very dangerous when it comes time to vote on the floor of Congress, Doug. Here we are, calling our shots. It's fun, Chairman, isn't it? Power's fun.
I like the days when me, Doug, and Chairman vote for 3 different people, and it goes to you.
Yeah.
I think it's
it was a birthday treat.
Well, I think it just shows that the strong batch of emails.
Yeah. Tip of the cap to the audience. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. Jackson's going to go enjoy his birthday orgy. That'll be fun. And you'll finish that off and then watch Missouri and Mississippi State. But don't forget about the Billikens at 1, ILL at 5:30. And, of course, the Blues and Penguins here on 101 ESPN with the puck drop at 6 p.m. pregame at 5 p.m. Time for us to go. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.